Today we are going to be going through Frost all of the Duskmourn House of Horror cards. The pre-release for the set is this Friday, which I am going to, or one of them. I mean, it's for the whole period, but the one I'm going to is this Friday. And honestly, I've been kind of hyped for this set. I kind of like the horror sets. I wasn't too excited for Bloomburrow, but Bloomburrow turned out to be an excellent set. And I am super excited for this one, so this one's probably going to turn out to be garbage, and that upsets me. But fingers crossed, it's going to be good. I also don't think I gave Bloomburrow as much time as I really should have. I should have probably looked at the cards a bit more. What the hell is Survive? Okay, anyway. So, yeah, I'm hoping to spend a bit more time on the set review today. And it also looks like, hey, Yuki, how you doing? I might have to do some searching to find out exactly what that is, because I don't know what survival is. So give me a second. Let me just... Oh. Thank you. We'll get... There you go, Yuki. Thank you very much. Right. Let's have a look. Creature's survival ability is a triggered ability that triggers at the beginning of the second main phase if the creature with the ability is tapped. Right, anyway, so yeah, let's start from the start with acrobatic cheerleader. I needed to quickly look that up because survival is the key word here. Oh, I suppose I could have just read it because it is written on the card, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any, other requirements. It doesn't actually say, usually it says it in like the little italicized text or whatever to explain what an ability does, and this doesn't have that. So anyway, acrobatic cheerleaders. So it's a 2-mana 2/2 with survival at the beginning of your second main phase. If acrobatic cheerleader is tapped, put a flying counter on it. The ability triggers only once. Okay. So this is a 2-mana 2/2 that if you swing with it and it survives, it becomes a 2-mana 2/2 with flying. Which I think is okay. Like, don't get me wrong, it's nothing to like write home about. I'm not losing my mind over it or anything like that. But that's not the worst card ever. That's just kind of like, you don't mind having this in your like sealed or your draft decks, like 1 or 2 copies of this. Like, it's not an early... My hair is escaping my head today. Jesus, hair, calm down. No, apparently not. Apparently it just wants to be all fluffed up forever. Just that one bit that's fluffing up. Anyway. So, yeah, I think you're okay with like 1 or 2 of these. Probably in like an aggressive white deck if white is aggressive in this set. And I mean, if survival is going to be the white keyword, then this certainly is like a decent survival card, at least early. But I have no idea. I'd have to see the rest of the set. But this doesn't seem terrible. This doesn't seem bad. Like, this seems kind of okay, like average. Cult Healer is a 3-mana 3/3 with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, Cult Healer gains lifelink. Okay. Okay, that's cool. So essentially, whenever you do jump off his head hair, they do have that. Oh, my hair. Yeah, my hair is fully escaping. So this is, again, this is another just okay card. Like a 3/3 for 3 that can gain lifelink occasionally is just fine. It's not particularly exciting, but it's not bad. It's just kind of meh. Like, nothing too exciting, but nothing too terrible either. Oh, these are the room cards. So I have looked into these because I thought I would get a bit lost. So the way this works is you could either pay one side or the other and the card comes into play, it's a whole enchantment by itself. But you only get half of the effect until you pay for the other half while it's on the field. It says here, you can cast either half. The door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcery, you may pay the mana cost of a locked door to unlock it, and then you get both. So, Dazzling Theatre for 3 is creature spells you cast have Convoke. That's pretty good. And Prop Room... Sorry, Dazzling Theatre for 4. Prop Room for 3. Why I said that around. Yeah, Dazzling Theatre for 4 is kind of pricey for creature spells you cast have Convoke, but maybe it's good enough. And Prop Room is for 3. Untap each creature you control during each other player's untap. Okay, well that's actually not bad. Like the Convoke one, I guess they work together very well as well, because you can convoke all your creatures to cast bigger things and then untap them in your opponent's untap step. But is it worth 7 mana for that? I think for 3 mana, they untap your creatures during everyone's untap step. I think that's worth it. Because I think you just... it just gives you the freedom to swing like crazy. Just turn everything sideways. And you don't really care about what happens. Because, well, as long as you're like... You don't have to worry about taking damage back. You can swing as long as you're not like swinging like a complete idiot and just binning off creatures. Your opponent can't exactly swing back because everything you have is untapped forever. And I think the Dazzling Theatre, the Convoke side of it, you just do when you've got a spare turn or if you have a plan for a big thing coming up. So I think this is a good card. I mean, yeah, you've got stuff that likes enchantments and opening rooms in this set as well. We've already seen white have things that make creatures want to tap, and also they like enchantments and they like being tapped and whatever. So I think this card just goes well with what white wants to do. So if the rest of the set is like the first 3 cards we looked at, I think this is probably pretty good. Dollmaker's Shop for 2. Whenever one or more non-toy creatures attack a player, create a 1/1 white toy artifact creature token. Okay. Cool. And then Porcelain Gallery for 6. Creatures you control have base power and toughness, each equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay, so this is kind of like, I guess, a really simple white win condition. I mean, depending on how much enchantment removal people are running. Because you play this for 2, and it means whenever you attack, you get an extra dude. That's it. It doesn't matter how many creatures you attack with, you get an extra dude. As long as you're attacking. Which is good. That's fine. Extra stuff on the ground is what white likes. White weenies is, you know, extra. And then when you get to turn 6, assuming you have play your mana every turn, you tap this and all of your creatures get yoked. Because even if you've... Say you played this on turn 2 and you've attacked with 1 creature 4 times, so you've made 4 1/1s. And the 1 creature you've been attacking with. And then on turn 6, play this on turn 2, attack, it takes an effect. Yeah, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's whenever you attack, right? So, even if you're not attacking on turn 2 with this, well, you would be, wouldn't you? Because this would take up your whole turn 2. So, yeah. So, okay, on turn 2, you swing with whatever white creature you have, you make a 1/1. And then 3, you have 3 creatures. 4, you have 4 creatures. 5, you have 5 creatures. 6, you pay for the flip of this, you attack, it generates another creature. So you now have 6 creatures. And everything becomes a 6/6. And your opponent just gets absolutely mullered. Like, I think if this was... I think this is good just because the left half is so cheap. Right? It's dirt cheap for just, you know, making a token every turn. And that's good. So I think this has got to be really good, right? This has to be. Dollmaker's Shop is just cheap and it just makes a dude every turn, as long as you're attacking, which I'm assuming you're going to want to be. It looks like white's going to want to be attacking at least, because it looks like you've got some, like, cheap creatures. So, yeah, I think you just play this on turn 2 and then just wait and keep swinging and generating dude upon dude upon dude. And then on 6, you just open the other side and just everything's massive. Like, this will win a limited game by itself. Unless your opponent has enchantment removal, this will just win a limited game by itself, right? Like, I make a dude every single turn into all of my dudes are huge is just gonna win you a game. So I think this card is really good. Just because Dollmaker's Shop is so cheap. Like, if it was like a 4 and a 6, then probably not. But because it's a 2 and then a 6, like, you can play the 2 just, you know, alongside other things. It's not going to interrupt the flow of, you know, creatures hitting the battlefield, really. And then the 6 you only need for when you've got lethal with it, right? So I think this is pretty good. Hey, a normal right way around card. Emerge from the Cocoon is a 5-mana sorcery. Return type creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain 3 life. I mean, usually black has this sort of stuff, so white getting it is pretty good. Maybe. My only problem with it is that people always find a way to mess with to break this kind of shit. Like, black reanimator decks are always looking for ways to just reanimate the most obnoxious bullshit. So now if there's white reanimator decks, they probably do the same. But thanks, Yuki. It's nice to hear from you, buddy. I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I hope everything's been going well on your end. But yeah, like, Emerge from the Cocoon is it. This is fine. This is how much you pay for reanimating a creature. The gain 3 life doesn't really do all that much. These sort of cards always stress me out because I always think they're going to reanimate something just gross. But I haven't seen any, like, particularly massive gross things. So, sure, whatever. And I mean, like, the biggest things in I don't think there's any big white creatures in standard at the moment that this could fetch that would be really, really stupid. I'm glad you whatever you were going through. I'm glad you're doing better now, Yuki. I am. But yeah, Emerge from the Cocoon is just average. This is how much black pays, so I guess this is how much white pays. It's about the same. Enduring Innocence, a 3-mana enchantment creature, a Sheep Glimmer, is a 2/1 with lifelink. Whenever one or more other creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card only once each turn. When it dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's an enchantment. Just a normal. It doesn't say it's an enchant. Like, it doesn't. You don't have to equip it to anything. So does this just sit on the side of your? So it's just an enchantment that says whenever one or more other creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card. This is good. Right, this has to be. I mean, maybe it's a little bit. I mean, not really. It's overpriced for its stats, but you're not getting it for its stats. Like, you play it, and from then on, whenever a creature with power 2 or less enters, for you, you just draw a card. White loves this shit, by the way. White Weenie absolutely loves this shit. And if your opponent blows up the board, this just comes back as an enchantment. This has got to be good, right? This is really, really annoying to get rid of. And it's just good. For White Weenie, this is just good. This has to be good. Like, this just has to be good. If there's a whole bunch of 2 or less power creatures in this set, or ways to generate lots of little dudes, this has to be good. This just has to be good. Like, this might be standard, possibly, with the fact that it comes back, so it can't just get blown up like some of the other creatures that do have this effect on them does. This has to be good. Ethereal Armor. 1 mana, enchant creature. Enchanted creature is +1/+1 for each enchantment you control and has first strike. This is a card that's always going to be either really good or really bad. This is the problem with enchantments, to be fair. If you pay 1 and put this on a creature, and it's even +2/+2 and first strike, it's great. It's just great. If you pay 1 and point this at a creature and your opponent goes, cool, I'll remove it, this card is terrible. And that's the problem with enchantment. It's the Susanoo. It does, I mean, it's not purple, but yes. That's kind of just the problem with enchantments, though, which is why a lot of people don't run enchantments, like creature enchantments in, well, anything, because they just get blown up. And for things that want enchantments to trigger them, there's enchantment creatures and stuff like that that you can use, or just enchantments that hit the board. Like, specifically enchanting a creature means if your opponent has removal for the creature, you essentially 2-for-1 yourself. Itachi's was orange. I don't. It's been a very long time since I watched Naruto, so no, I just remember Sasuke's being the giant purple thing. Isn't Madara? Isn't his also purple? I don't remember. But yeah, this is a good card. Like, don't get me wrong. Itachi's was orange. Oh, okay, cool. Then yeah, it's Itachi's. It's Itachi's Susanoo. Madara's is blue. Oh, okay. Because the only thing I only remember seeing it for like a couple. I watched Naruto, but not a massive amount. But I remember there being the episode where Madara's fighting all the, like, what's her name? Tsunade and all the other sage whatever people, and he uses his. I didn't really click that it was blue. I just saw it and was like, oh, it's another Susanoo. Of course he would be able to use that. But yeah, this card is good. It is good. It's just, if your opponent has removal for the creature you pointed at, you are eternally sad. Madara versus the Kage, yeah. So yeah, this card is just kind of... It's always going to be a card that I look at and I'm like, yeah, but what if my opponent has the removal? If your opponent doesn't have the... Like, the first strike and the +1/+1 for each enchantment, if you're playing an enchantment-heavy deck, this is nuts. But do you actually get that off? I don't know. Exercise. 2 mana. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. I mean, its removal is a bit... I mean, I'm going to say, this is a bit of a weird one, but maybe not. It's just target everything, which is probably good. This is probably pretty good. It's removal, and it can hit a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I don't know what artifacts are in this set, but there are a lot of enchantments. And creatures with power 4 or greater are always going to be a good target, so it's removal. Yeah, we like this. Fear of Abduction. 6 mana enchantment creature nightmare. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature you control. Okay. Flying. It's a flying 5/5? What? When Fear of Abduction enters, exile target creature an opponent controls. When Fear of Abduction leaves, put each card exiled with it onto its owner's hand. Okay. So, this is good. Well, yeah, this is good. As long as you have the creature to pay for this, this is insane. Right? The 6 mana flying 5/5 that gets rid of one of your opponent's creatures. This has to be really good. But you do have to exile a creature you control. So you need a creature on the board for this to be usable. But I mean, we've already seen a bunch of white cards that make, well, we've seen a white enchantment that makes dudes. And it looks like white has some smaller guys, so white weenie stuff. So there's probably, saw DBZ on Toonami as a kid. Me was like, this is shit, and it was Super Saiyan Goku versus Frieza. I didn't like Dragon Ball Z until DBZ Kai came out in America. I think I watched the Frieza and the Cell series for Dragon Ball Z, but I think that's all I ever managed. It was good, don't get me wrong, but that was all I watched until I just kind of stopped watching it. Like, I watched some of the longer animes, but I always fall off after a couple of seasons. Like My Hero Academia, I think I watched the first 2, maybe 3. Demon Slayer, I watched the first 2. Naruto, I watched for a while. I don't know. Dragon Ball Z, I watched the Goku, the Frieza and the Cell saga, and that was about it. Maybe I caught a speckling of the Boo saga, but not a massive amount. That's why I usually watch like shorter animes. Well, I say shorter. I mean, there are a few animes that I've watched, but they're only like 2, maybe 3 seasons usually. It's stuff like, I think the longest running one I actually finished was Overlord, because I think there's 4 seasons of that. And the time I got reincarnated as a slime, I haven't watched the newest season, but I watched the ones previous to that, so I don't know how much that is. I think that's 2. Don't know. Fire Force, I watched all of them for, because Fire Force I really enjoyed, but I think that was only 2. I think there is a 3rd one coming out. But yeah, usually I stick to stuff that's a bit shorter, because I don't know. I find other things to do. I get distracted by other anime or video games or just, you know, general life stuff, and then I stop watching. Naruto was the first anime I loved. I really enjoyed Naruto, but it got into a bit of a routine. It's still my top favorite animes. I liked Naruto, but it does follow the same, like, you have like a number of episodes that are about whatever arc you're on, and then you have the at the end of the arc you then have like 5 to 10 episodes of just filler crap, and then it goes back into the next arc. So I got into the habit of watching the I would watch the arc, and then I'd skip 10 episodes, and then I'd just watch and be like, okay, yeah, that's about right. And then I'd skip 10, and then I'd watch. Because it was, you have like the first couple, which is like the tune in and the exams and all the rest of it, and then you've got like the swordsman, and then you've got The Akatsuki, and yeah, it just got into a repetitive. And by the time I got to like the Pain saga, I was just kind of like skipping all the filler episodes. Or when they do flashbacks where they're just remembering stuff for like an entire half an hour, I was just like, yeah, okay, sure. Which is fine. It builds story and it's great and shows that the whole anime isn't just focused on one thing. But it was just, yeah, I was there like, yeah, okay, I want to progress what's going on. I started skipping those sort of episodes. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. I think Fear of Abduction is kind of really good. Especially in Limited, right? Like, Limited, it's a 6 mana 5/5 flyer. This card's busted. But that also exiles something. And then again, the exile cards, even if you destroy Fear of Abduction, the exile cards don't go back onto the battlefield. They go into your hand. Which, if you just put like a cheap 2/2, and you put your opponent's, 8 mana card back into their hand, and then they destroy Fear of Abduction, you can just play other cards and then the 2/2 whenever you're feeling like it, and they have to spend a whole turn on the 8 mana card again. So this is probably really good. Like, really good in Limited. Fear of Immobility. Okay. 5 mana, 4/4. When Fear of Immobility enters, tap up to 1 target creature. If an opponent controls that creature, put a stun count. These cards are okay. These cards are fine, usually. I'd expect it more in blue than white, but it definitely has previously existed in white before. And yeah, this card's fine. I mean, it's 5 mana for a 4/4, but it taps an opponent's creature and then keeps it tapped down, so it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Fear of Surveillance. A 2 mana 2/2 with Vigilance, and when it attacks, surveil 1. Nice little card. Yeah. You'd be happy to have one of these. Alongside the card that gives itself... I think the card that gives itself flying is probably better for dealing damage to your opponent. This is better because you get the surveil. So it depends on what you're looking for, but both of these cards are pretty good. Friendly Ghost. Casper. It's a 4 mana 2/4 with flying, and when it enters, target creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn. Sure. I mean, it's a understated, but you get to give a buff to a creature, so maybe that matters. It would be better if it gave the creature +2/+4 on flying until end of turn. It doesn't, so it's just fine. It's a fly. You probably still take it in Limited because it has the text flying on it, but it's not, it's not particularly exciting. Ghostly Dances is a 5 mana 2/5 with flying. Okay. When Ghostly Dancers enters, return an enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand, or unlock a locked room of a room you control. Okay, that's pretty good. Whenever enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, create a 3/1 white spirit creature token with flying. This is really good. If you're in an enchantment deck, this is a win condition by itself. This is very good in Limited. It's a 5 mana 2/5 flyer, so its stats are kind of mediocre, but it does have flying. And it lets you bring an enchantment card that your opponent blew up back to your hand, or fully open a room. And we've seen the rooms are pretty good. And then while it's on the battlefield, if you play any other enchantment, you get free flyers. This card is really good. If it was 3/1 white spirit creature tokens, it would be still good, not incredible. But they're 3/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying, which just means you can make an army of flyers out of this one thing, if you have enough enchantments to make that work. And we've seen a lot of enchantments in white. And because, whenever an enchantment you control enters, enchantment creatures count. So all of those enchantment creatures we've been seeing also come with a 3/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Like, this card is good. It is very good. It has to be. This card has to be very good. Glimmer Seeker, a 3 mana 3/3 with survival, at the beginning of your second main phase, if Glimmer Seeker is tapped, draw a card if you control a Glimmer creature. If you don't control a Glimmer creature, create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. Pretty good, I think. It's a 3-mana 3/3, so the stats are fine. And then it either makes you a 1/1 if it's tapped, so if it's attacked or if it's tapped for any other reason. Either makes you a 1/1 enchantment creature token, which triggers all of your enchantment effects, or you draw a card. Both of those things sound good to me, and the creature's stats are fine. So, depends how difficult survival is to get off, but as long as it's not that hard to make survival work, this card is good. Yeah, because all you have to do is swing with it. So, it's just if your opponent has stuff that's just going to eat this alive, that could be annoying. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. Oh, another one of these. Grand Entryway, 2 mana. When you unlock this door, create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. So it's a 2 mana 1/1, sure, whatever. And for 3 mana, when you unlock this door, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not good, but it's okay. It's a 2 mana 1/1, and then for 3 mana, it's an extra +2/+2 across 2 different creatures. Like, it's fine, but it is an enchantment, and it triggers all your other enchantment effects. Like, if you're doing white enchantments, you probably take every enchantment you can get a hold of. This is the least interesting enchantment so far, I think. Apart from maybe the enchantment creature that locks a creature down for a turn. Maybe that's worse, because that's more expensive. Like, this is the same cost as the whole creature. But the whole creature is a 4/4. I suppose at worst, this is also a 4/4, because if you have 2 1/1s, including the one this one made, then you get 2 2/2s, so this is also 4/4 in stats, I guess. Not by itself, but as long as you have actual 2 legal targets for the Elegant Rotunda. Yeah. I think this is fine. Again, this isn't like, you're not excited to see this in your pack. You're not like jumping for joy because you have Grand Entryway, I don't think. But if you're playing white enchantments or whatever color enchantments with white in it, whatever color combo works with enchantments, then this is probably fine. This card seems fine. Hardened Escort, a 3 mana 2/4. When it attacks, another type creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end. Ooh, that's not bad at all. Can't target itself, so this thing probably just gets eaten. I mean, it's got a fat ass, so maybe not. Like, 4 defense is nothing to sniff at for 3 mana. 4 toughness. Like, nothing's going to be... No, I doubt... This is going to have to be blocked by multiple things. And assuming you can kill one of them at least, that's not bad. And whatever creature gets the +1/+0 and indestructible can't be killed, so you just swing wildly with it. So I think this is okay. It's not, you know, game breaking or anything like that. It's just good. Because indestructible is a hell of an effect to give to another card, because it just means you don't have to care. Just turn it sideways, it doesn't matter. Jump Scare is a 1 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+2, gains flying, and becomes a horror enchantment creature in addition to its other types. Pretty good. I usually don't go for instant combat treks, but 1 mana for +2/+2 and flying just means that whatever creature you want does an extra 2 damage probably to your opponent's face. Like, if you're aggroing down your opponent, And then they put up enough of a ground defense, and you just use this to fly over the top and crack them for that last little bit. This card is, you know, really good. You can also use it to make things block flyers. You can just use it as a standard pump spell to win a trade. Like, pretty good. I think this is pretty good. Leyline of Hope. Oh yes, I forgot they're doing a new list of ley lines. Or reprints, I'm not sure what they are. Some of them are reprints, some of them are new, I guess. Because I was talking to a friend of mine and he said the black one is Leyline of the Void, which is the exact same ley line that it was every single time they've released a black ley line. Anyway, 4 mana, Leyline of Hope. If it's in your opening hand, you can begin with it on the battlefield. Sure. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. Sure. As long as you have at least 7 life, more than your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. Okay, so for 4 mana, this card sucks ass. It just, at least I can't imagine it being great. But starting with it on the battlefield, that's a different story. Also, there's a white-black life gain bat deck that's currently already in standard, and this just goes straight into it. I don't know how many copies of it you run, but if this just starts on the battlefield in a game where you're playing white-black lifelink bats, aren't you just fucking just demolishing your opponent? But in limited, we've seen, what, 1 lifelink creature in the whole set? And it's only temporary lifelink? Oh, and the card that gives you 3 life. I mean, sure. Like, if you can get to 7 more life than your starting life total, this card is probably really good. But you have to have this... First of all, it's a rare. Then you have to have it on the battlefield, and I think paying 4 life for this, unless you're already at 7 more life than your starting life total, is crap. So you need to start with it in your opening hand, put it onto the battlefield, and then gain 7 life in a limited format, and then it pays value. Nah. I don't see, in limited, I don't see it. In limited, currently, in the Duskmourn set, I don't see it. Because we've only seen 1 lifelink card and 1 5-mana sorcery spell that heals you for 3. Like, there hasn't exactly been an abundance of healing. But I can see this card being gross in other things. But in limited, sure, it's okay, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you pull it, you might as well play it, I suppose. But we haven't seen that much healing so far, so... Lionheart Glimmer is a 5-mana 2/5 with Ward. And whenever you attack, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. This is pretty good. This is a board-wide buff whenever you attack. This is pretty good. I like this card. I mean, it looks like white's already going to go Winnie mad. Or at least wide, probably. And this just being... Like, because you can play this. You can play this for 5... And then this doesn't have to swing. It's whenever you attack. So you just swing with your board and they all get the effect. Like, the effect is a bit reduced because usually you play like 4 mana and it's +2/+1 for all your creatures. But this is permanent and it's a stapled to a creature. And it's a creature that can block. And it has ward. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass to get rid of as well. So I'd say this is probably good. This is, I don't know if it's, you know, incredible, but I would certainly probably pick at least 1 of these up in my white weenie. At least 1. Living Phone is a 3-mana 2/1. When Living Phone dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them and put it into your hand, put the rest of them from your library in a random order. Okay, this is fun. Like, I mean, it's a 3-mana 2/1, so it's a bit overcost. It's definitely overcosted. But, I mean, you just play this and start swinging with it, and your opponent doesn't want to block it because then you get to look for something else. And things like this have power too. So this triggers. Yeah, I don't mind this card. It's not, you know, outstanding. It's not terrible. I'd probably play 1 or 2 of them if I was playing all white weenie stuff. So yeah, probably just fine. Optimistic Scavenger is a 1-mana 1/1 with Eerie. Whatever enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. This is really good. This is really good. They so they had this, was it generous visitor or whatever? Was a green creature that was a 1/1 and had, whenever you play an enchantment, give a creature +1/+1 counter. And it was good because green white enchantments were a thing. This is just the white version, so this is going to be good. I think this is probably like a staple for the limited. Like if you have 1 or 2 copies of this, you're probably just playing enchantments. This is just a good card. Orphans of the Wheat. Okay, 2-mana 2/1. Whenever Orphans of the Wheat attacks, tap any numbered of untapped creatures you control. Orphans of the Wheat gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each creature tapped this way. I mean, turn all your little dudes into just one giant attacker. Fine. I guess if you don't want to, like, swing wide, this lets you turn your wide into tall for a turn. It does still leave you open to getting punched in the mouth if you tap all your creatures for this. But I don't hate the idea of being able to convert your wide board into a tall board for, like, a turn if you feel like you need to. I'm just not sure how much it'll be needed. But, you know, again, this is probably one of those ones where I just take it and be like, maybe. I don't know. I'm probably not super excited, but I'm probably fine with trying it. And again, it's 2 power base, so you can search for it. Like, it's fine. It's only 2 mana. Yeah, it's fine. Overlord of the Mistmoors. Okay. 7 mana 6/6. Whenever Overlord of the Mistmoors enters or attacks, create 2 2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. Right. That's really good. Because it's essentially, what, a 10/8 across 3 bodies when it enters? And that's if they blow up immediately and you don't get to swing with it? What's Impending? Impending 4. So for 4 mana, if you cast this spell for its impending cost, it enters with 4 time counters on it and isn't... Oh god, it's Suspend. And isn't a creature until the last is removed. At the beginning of your end step, remove a time counter. Yeah, it's Suspend. Okay. So this has Suspend 4, but they renamed it Impending for some reason. Why did they rename Suspend? That's weird. Why is this not Suspend 4? Oh, was Suspend only on... No, there were creatures with Suspend on them, weren't there? I don't know. Maybe there weren't any creatures with Suspend on them. Maybe this is the creature version of Suspend. Maybe Suspend was just spells. I'm not sure. But this is probably fine as long as they don't have ways to interact with the counters. That was always the problem, I think. There was ways to remove counters from things for benefit. And in Suspend decks, where you want to remove your time counters as quickly as possible, you would suspend something and then use a bunch of stuff to remove all the time counters for benefits, like gaining life and buffing creatures and blah 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 blah. And then it would just, whatever you suspended would just trigger immediately, and you just be like, haha, I paid half price. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen again. But I mean, this card's cool. This card, and again, this card is definitely, I mean, it's the biggest thing we've seen. There are probably bigger things in other colors, but for white, And if you see this card, you just pick it and probably just have it as your end game. Like, this is a big boy that comes with extra flying things. So yeah, this is probably because even if you only get this down and then attack with it once and then it gets killed by a bunch of creatures blocking it, you have 4/2/1 flying insects. Like, that's a lot. So yeah, this card is good, definitely. In limited, it just is. I don't know if you do it for its impending cost, because say so it's impend 4 and it costs 7. So technically, if you play a land every turn, you would have been able to play this one turn before the impending cost. But you might not have that many lands, so you might not be expecting to get past 5. Then you just pay this for the impending cost and then just hope you draw gas, I guess. Hatched Plaything is a 3-mana 4/3 with double strike. Okay. Hatched Play... I was going to say, is there a downside? There is. Hatched Plaything enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it if you cast it from your hand. Okay. I mean, so... this is either a 2/1 with double strike for 3, which is fine, or a 4/3 with double strike for 5, because that was the price of the white reanimate spell we saw that heals you for 3, which is still good, but, you know, not as good as a 3-mana 4/3 with double strike. I think this is fine. I mean, you play it on turn 3 and it probably still trades with just about everything on the board. And if it's later, you have a way to reanimate it. It comes back as a 4/3. Like, this is probably fine. I'm not, you know, I don't know because we haven't seen a massive amount of reanimation. And the only reanimation we saw was 5 mana. And 5 mana for this is still good, or still fine price, but like, I don't know. Possessed Goat is a 1-mana 1/1. You can tap 3, discard a card, put 3 +1/+1 counters on Possessed Goat, and it becomes a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. Activate only one. So it goes from being a 1-mana 1/1 to a 4-mana 4/4, and you have to discard a card. I mean, I guess if you've got nothing better to do, that's kind of like, if you have drawn too many lands, here's a way to get rid of them, I guess. But I mean, maybe you take it anyway because you just want a bunch of early small creatures, and this is an early small creature that can pump itself, which you're happy about in white. But like, not particularly exciting. Reluctant Role Model. 2-mana 2/2, nice. Survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Reluctant Model is tapped, put a flying, lifelink, or +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever Reluctant Role Model or another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on up to 1 target creature. Okay, this card's great. This card is really good. Just the survival in limited is good, but also transferring any counters on anything that dies while this is around means this card is crazy. Like, it is so good. Imagine if you get flying lifelink and a +1/+1 counter on this. It's a 3/3 flying lifelinker that when it dies, something else gets +1/+1 flying and lifelink. This is crazy. This is probably one of the best cards we've seen so far. And it's 2 mana. This card's crazy. Like, this will win you a game before that 7 mana dude even comes down. Because you swing with this, like, turn 3, if your opponent doesn't have anything that can kill it, or you have like a pump spell to get this around, or a way to make it evasive, or whatever. You swing this. You immediately, or after, if it survives the combat, you immediately give it a flying counter. Therefore, it's way harder to block. If your opponent doesn't have a way to block it on the next turn, you swing. Give it +1/+1. It's now a 3/3 flyer. If they still don't have anything to block with it, you just keep putting +1/+1 counters on it. If you start to get hurt or like you need the health, you just put a lifelink counter on it, crack your, and next turn you start healing. Like, I know most people are going to want to do flying, lifelink, then +1/+1 counters. I think you do flying and then at least a +1/+1 counter. So, because that's going to be, what, turn 4? Like, there are probably going to be big enough flyers to block this thing in the air at that point. So you're going to want to start growing this. But yeah, I think this card is really good. If you can get it going. If you literally can't get it off, it depends how much removal or how aggressive the format is. If you literally can't get this thing off the ground, as in you can't even give it flying with the first attack, this card is kind of crappy. But if you can get this thing flying, lifelink, and even one +1/+1 counter, it's just so good. It's so good unless your opponent exiles. And the second part is for any creature, not just this creature. So if you stack all your +1/+1 counters on something and make it huge and your opponent has to blow it up, they just all move somewhere else. This card is good. This card is very good. Savior of the Small. A 4-mana 3/4 with survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Survivor of the Small is tapped, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand, and you're returning the Reluctant Role Model, and your opponent's conceding. Nice. No, this card is... It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, the only issue is it's not quite... Its stats aren't quite good enough. But if you get a solid survival out of it, it's probably fine. They're going back to your hand. Hey, Nobody TR, how you doing? It's probably going back to your hand. Or it is going back to your hand, so it's not, you know, completely insane because it doesn't return them to the battlefield. But, like... It's probably fine. But what's P01? I don't know what you're typing to me, Nobody. But yeah, I think this is a fine card. Like, you're not sad about having at least a copy of this card, so you can start bringing back your smaller creatures. Because white appears to be like token and weenie stuff, so you're probably fine with this. Seized from Slumber. A 5-mana, the spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a standard white removal spell. Really overpriced if you're just trying to blow something up, but like cheap if you're just trying to destroy something tapped. I like that you have the option on this one though. Because a lot of the white removal is to only destroy a tapped creature, and if people know that, they just won't tap a creature that's important. Whereas at least this one, if your opponent is like not attacking with a creature or not tapping it because they know you have the removal, just wait to 5 mana and then just gone anyway. But yeah. It's removal. We like removal. So, premium. Shard Mage's Rescue is a 1-mana flash enchantment. Getting better. As long as Shard Mage's Rescue enters this turn, enchanted creature has hexproof enchantment. Yeah, this is good. This is more the enchantment that you want, rather than what was the aura armor that was just give a creature +1/+1 for each enchantment and first strike. That's fine, but again, like I said, if your opponent just blows up the creature, then you just 2-for-1 yourself. The way you use this one is when they go destroy a creature, you go, actually no, mine has hexproof. And then they have to have a second piece of removal to remove the creature before the enchantment goes off, or else... And so they essentially have to go 2-for-2. which makes this card much better. So this is more the 1 mana enchantment that aura enchantment that I want to see. This I'd take at least 1 or 2 copies of probably. This is way better. Sheltered by Ghosts. Okay, a 2 mana enchant creature you control. When Sheltered by Ghosts enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Sheltered by Ghosts leaves. Enchanted creature has +1/+0, lifelink, and ward 2. I think this is more likely to this is better. Not as good as this card, but better than the other one, because this is removal. Again, it runs the same problem of if your opponent just blows up the creature, nothing happens, and then you've 2-for-1'd yourself and you're fucked. But if this does hit, you get one of your creatures, one of your opponent's creatures or permanents or whatever. All of your enchantment stuff triggers, and then a creature has +1/+0, lifelink, and ward, which makes it more of a problem to deal with. So yeah, I think this is decent. Kind of a middle ground between this card and the other one. Like this card being really good because it's hexproof for 1 mana. And has flash. This one is removal. So, you know. Shepherding Spirits is a 4 mana, 6 mana, 4/5 flyer with plane. Plane cycling is fine. A 4/5 flyer is fine. You probably take like one of these in your white deck and have it as like high end because it's a big flyer. There are certainly better flyers. There's the 6 mana 5/5, the alien abduction thing. The 2/2 could be a 5/5 flyer by this point as well. But, you know, it's not the worst thing. Split Up. 3 mana, destroy all tapped creatures or destroy all untapped creatures. This is good. This is very good. Because you know which one it is. You know which one you're going to pick. You get the choice. So, swing all your creatures. Your opponent has to do their blocks. Second main phase, boom, everything that is still untapped on your side of the field is gone. Or, your opponent swings out. You just take it to the face. Boom! All of your tapped creatures die. All of mine are fine. All of my untapped ones are fine. Like, this can be a one-sided board wipe. And one-sided board wipes, as you can imagine, nutso. So, yeah, this is nuts. If it works out that way. I mean, it's still probably a board wipe for all the things you don't want anyway. Probably fine. And it's only 3 mana as well. But yeah, this can be a 3 mana one-sided board wipe, which essentially wins you a game just by itself. Split Skin Doll, okay, is a 2 mana 2/1. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card unless you control another creature with power 2 or less. Good card. This is fine. Even if you have to do the discard a card, this is still fine. I'd probably have a couple of these if I can get them. This is right up because it has power 2 or less, so it also triggers any effect that allows you to draw or do anything from power 2 or less creatures, which there are a number of in this set in white. So yeah. Oh, some sideways one. Surgical Suite is 2 mana. When you unlock this door, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Very good. Hospital Room. 4 mana. Whenever you attack, put target attack creature. Okay. I think this is good. It's certainly not the best room we've seen, but I'd say it's not the worst. The worst is probably still the one that makes the 1/1 and then puts 2+1/+1 counters. But this is like the Surgical Suite is good. Or at least it's fine. It's about what you would pay for an instant or sorcery that does the same thing. And this one triggers all of your enchantment stuff. And then the second half, Hospital Room, you are very I mean, you're probably fine with that. It's not on each. It's only on a single target attacking creature, but again, you're probably still fine with that. In limited, it's probably just good enough. So I think this is another decent room for white. White's got a lot of these, so they're doing pretty well. Toby Beastie Befriender. Right. So it's a 3-mana 1/1. When Toby Beastie Befriender enters, create a 4/4 white beast creature token with this creature can't attack or block alone. And as long as you control 4 or more creature tokens you control have flying. Yep, this is good. Especially with all the token stuff that's come out, this is very good. Yeah, this is very good. Like, it's just... I mean, it's 4 mana. It's 3 mana for a 5/5 worth of stats. And also, if you're making lots of creature tokens, which the white seems to be fine with doing in this set, you can give all creature tokens flying, which is nuts. This has to be good, right? This just has to be really good. Yeah, I think this is really good. I can't think of much else. I can't think of any reason why this isn't. Like, by the time you play this, you're going to have another creature in white from what I can tell. So the 4/4 can block with the other creature if it's required to, or attack with the other creature, which is more likely because you're going to be the aggressor. And this guy just sits there and waits until you have 4 creature tokens, and then everything gets flying unless your opponent blows specifically this up. But this isn't the problem because this is just a 1/1. It's the 4/4 white beast creature token you got for 3 mana that's the problem. Trapped in the Screen. 3 mana for an enchantment with Ward 2. When trapped in the screen, enters, exile target thing. Okay, yeah. This is Oblivion Ring. Or Banishing Light, or any of those other 3 mana white. Get rid of a thing until this gets targeted. It's removal. We like removal. Removal is premium. Sure, this card is... I wouldn't say it's good, but it's fine. Also, the fact that it has Ward on it makes it more annoying to get rid of, so this is probably good, actually. Like, yeah, it doesn't have flash or anything, so you can't do it in speed, and it doesn't actually get rid of the thing permanently. There's a chance it can come back, so you know. But I'd say this is fine. Unidentified Hover Ship. Ooh, they've got a vehicle. A 3 mana, 2/2 flying. When unidentified hover ship enters, exile up to 1 target creature with toughness 5 or less. When an unidentified hover ship leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner manifests red. Through 1. Okay, so this is removal. This is good. I mean, not great. It's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer that you have to crew. But it does exile something, so it is also removal. And removal stapled to a creature is good. So we're going to say this is good. I mean, even if it was just 3 mana exile something, and then when it dies, return the thing, that's about average. And this, they don't even get the thing back. It can only target things with toughness 5 or less, but for 3 mana, that's probably everything. So, you know, fine. This is probably good. Actually, this is probably pretty good. Unsettling Twins. A 4 mana 2/2. When it enters, manifest dread. With the top 2, I don't know what manifest. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2, and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature card. Oh, okay, so it's manifest, but you get to surveil as well. Sure. So this is actually 4 mana for 4/4 worth of stats across 2 bodies. Sure. I would say this is fine. I'm not super excited. I'm not super sad. It is just fine. I like the art. I like a lot of these arts. I haven't really mentioned the art, but the art's just cool. Unwanted remake. 1 mana, destroy target creature. Its controller manifests dread. Wait. 1 mana instant destroy target creature in white. Fuck me, white gets nice removal. Okay, yeah, this card, I mean, it's removal. Your opponent does get to manifest dread out of it, but, I mean, if they hit 2 lands, they get a 2/2, and you can 1 mana destroy their biggest thing. This is good. Very, very good. Probably standard playable good. So this is limited nutso. Veteran Savior. Oh, sorry, Survivor. 1 mana, 2/1. Survivor. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Veteran Survivor is tapped, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Ooh, get graveyard. As long as there are 3 or more cards exiled with it, it is a 5/4 with hexproof. I find it 1 mana. I mean, 1 mana, 2/1. I'd take that any day of the week. So, yeah. This is just good for being a 1 mana, 2/1 that exiles cards from graveyards, and the fact that it can get really yoked later is just another bonus in its favor. So, good card. Definitely. The Wandering Rescuer. Is this the Wandering Emperor? Just not a Planeswalker? Okay. 5 mana for a 3/4 with flash. It is the Wandering Emperor. It's gotta be. She always has fucking flash bullshit. Right. 5 mana for a 3/4 with flash. Convoke. Your creatures can help cast. So yeah, she can pay paid for. Double strike. Other tapped creatures you control have hexproof. Okay, this is very good. Right? Like, she doesn't have hexproof herself, but your opponent attacks with a bunch of stuff. You just flash this in. It's a 3/4 with double strike. It just eats as something. And then all tapped creatures you control have hexproof from then on. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. At least in limited. I mean, it's a 3/4 double striker, so there's not a lot that's going to beat this. I mean, we haven't seen anything that's going to beat this on the ground, at least. Because the biggest thing was that 6/6 that comes in with... Oh, I guess the 6/6 trades. The 6/6 that comes in with the insect tokens does trade with it. I guess. But still, like... She comes in 2 turns earlier, at least. So, yeah, this is a great card. Oh, we're on to blue. Right. I'm going to take a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm also going to disappear from your screen. And I will be right back. Get him, boys! There's so much focused firepower in this corner. It's so good. I guess the final wave must be 40. Whoa, why have we got an angel? Wait, why can that tower get to level 5? Why don't it go to level 4? Sparky, why are you walking into the laser fence? Wait, why am I hurting? Wait, what's going on? Why am I taking constant damage? Oh my god.
Time to kick some ass.
I think that was a glitch. Defense is still 8. I think we're going to need 4 more levels before it gets to level 10. Or 3 more. Okay. Yes, for alligator. I know. Just die in 1 hit. Please. I'm begging you, go down in 1. I'm begging you. Yes! We defeated the monster. We can progress the game, chat. And we're back with blue. What do we have? Oh, the one on Rescue was the last. Okay. Alright. So what do I think of white? I think in general, white looks pretty good. There's a lot of enchantment stuff. And a lot of like token weenie stuff. And I think they can probably work really well together. So I'm pretty good with that. I think white's probably pretty fun to play. Has a couple of good, really good like win condition cards. They are all mythic and rare, so nothing crazy in the other slots, but yeah, I think there's some good cards. Right, so now we're on to blue. Blue, usually, I don't like in limited. So, let's see what I think about it. Apart from, like, whenever there's a set that has, like, zombies in it, like blue-black zombies, I kind of, like, want to try playing blue, or, like, Demir. With the old, really old, Ravnica, Ravnica sets. So, been a long time since I've wanted to play blue in limited, so let's see if Duskmourn does it for me. The Abhorrent Oculus, a 3-mana 5/5 with flying. As an additional cost to cast a spell, exile 6 cards from your graveyard. Okay, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, Manifest Dread. Okay, so this is your Manifest Dread payoff, right? Or your self-mill payoff. Like, you just vomit cards into your graveyard and then play this. This is very, very strong for 3. But you're not getting this on turn 3. Like, unless they have mill yourself for 3 on turn 1, turn 2. There's no way you're playing this on turn 3. So, this is probably fine. This is probably not going to be like till turn 5 or 6 in limited. And that's if you do really well with your Manifest Dreads and Surveils, and if there's a mill yourself card, maybe. So, I mean, it's still very powerful. It's still a 5/5 flyer, which is scary. But, and you get to Manifest Dread every opponent's upkeep, which is crazy. But, you know, not going to be like coming down to, I don't think this is going to come down turn 3. I think if someone actually gets this shit down on turn 3, you probably just like hand them, you just shake their hand, right? Although we'll have to look at blue and see if there is a way to actually get this on the battlefield on turn 3. But yeah, cool card. I think it looks sick. It's like a giant Cthulhu eye. I like it, but I don't think you actually get this on turn 3. And again, this is just a mythic rare, and obviously like the cap for one of the best cards for the Manifest Dread deck. So, you know. Oh my lord, it's a room immediately. Bottomless Pool for 1 mana. Whenever you unlock this door, return up to 1 target creature to its owner. Okay, so this is not instant speed, so it's not great, but this bounce. For 5 mana, Locker Room, whenever 1 or more creatures will do combat damage to a player, draw a card. I think Bottomless Pools is fine. Usually blue wants to do this at instant speed, but if this is the only bounce, I mean, it's blue removal technically, because blue only bounces things. It doesn't actually kill them usually. So yeah, this is blue removal. So I think you're fine running this. I think Locker Room you only do if you've got nothing better to do, or you think Because, yeah, it's only one. Whenever one or more creatures, so it only happens once. So it's like draw an extra card a turn if you can get through, so... But I think Bottomless Pool is fine, so I think you probably just take it for Bottomless Pool, and then it's just on the field, and maybe you do Locker Room later. Another one. Central Elevator, 4 mana. When you unlock this door, search your library for a room card that doesn't have the same name as a room you control. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. Promising Stairs, for 3 mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. You win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked doors of rooms you control. Okay. I think this is the first room I don't like. So, alright. So let's see. Promising Stairs is at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Sure. Is that worth 3 mana? Probably not. But sure. And then if you have, like, in limited, if you have 8 or more different names among unlocked doors. So yeah, so if you have 4 different rooms, all fully unlocked, then you win the game at the beginning of your upkeep. But unlocking doors is sorcery speed. So your opponent has at least 1 turn to see this coming. This would have to be blue-white then, right? Because, well, maybe not. Maybe, I don't know how many rooms there are, but white had a bunch of them, so I assumed, and had a bunch of enchantment synergy, so I assumed white liked rooms and had a bunch of extra ones. And then the central elevator lets you search for a room. I don't think this does anything. Neither side impacts the board. Neither side has any particular... I mean, surveil 1 at the beginning of your turn, I guess, is sort of like a value, but like, meh. I don't know. Nah, I think this one's crap. Look out, it's all 5 pieces of Exodia. Wait, wrong card game. Yeah. This is, again, for limited specifically, that's what this feels like. It feels like going, oh yeah, my whole deck is based around the idea that I'll get 5 different cards all on the battlefield, all at the same time, and then win. I mean, it's 4 different cards, I suppose, but if your opponent actually lets you get 4 different rooms fully opened and this card and keep it for a turn, like, what has he been doing the whole game? Like, there's just no way this happens, right? It's like the ultimate pipe dream spell, and there's no way this actually does anything. Yeah, I don't like this. I think this is crap. Clammy Prowler. Okay. A 4 mana 2/5. Whenever Clammy Prowler attacks, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind that. Like, it's got a fat ass on it. It doesn't do much damage, but the creature that you're giving unblockable, you're hoping is doing most of the damage. Yeah, this is probably a fine card. It's not, super exciting, but I'd say it's fine, probably. Creeping Peeper. 2 mana for a 2/1. Tap, add blue. Spend this mana only to cast an enchantment spell. Unlock a door or turn a permanent face up. This is probably okay, right? Because it interacts with 2 primary mechanics that we've seen so far. Well, yeah, let's say 2 because all the rooms are enchantments. Maybe 3, but yeah, 2 at least because all the rooms are enchantments. So this you can tap to play rooms, unlock rooms, or flip the manifest dread cards. Like, this is. I mean, I don't mind having a couple of these. There was a similar card. It was a 2-mana 1/3 that let you tap for blue, but only to play instants or sorceries. It's been in a couple of sets, to be fair. I think they've reprinted that card a couple of times. This is the same, but for this set's mechanics, which means in limited it's probably pretty good. Depending on like how good enchant and in how good Rooms and Manifest Dread is. But yeah, I'd probably take at least one of these. Yeah. It is specific, but it is specific for this set, and we're talking about limited, so Cursed Windbreaker, 3 mana for an artifact. When it enters Manifest Dread, then attach Cursed Windbreaker to the creature. Okay. So it's actually a 3 mana 2/2. An equipped creature has flying. This is probably pretty good, right? Like, it's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer. It could be anything. You could turn it face up and it could be insane. And then you could just give things flying. I don't know. I think this is good. Just because, so I'm not a fan of like equipment or enchantments because, like I said, you could just completely waste the card if your opponent just removes what you're targeting with it. And the same with artifacts have the same problem. If you say, I'm equipping this, and your opponent goes, cool, kill it. You just go, sweet, I just spent my mana and did fuck all. That's awesome. But this is 3 mana. It comes in as a 2/2 that already has flying because it gives flying. And then it just sits on the field and you can just give stuff flying. I think this is like a pretty decent little artifact just because it comes in as a creature already. I think this is good. I think I like this card. Again, like if you hit the nuts as well, if you Manifest Dread some huge 7/7 and you have a bunch of land and you just for a turn it's a 2/2. Next turn it's a 7/7 with flying and I didn't have to play the equipment cost. Bam, gets smashed in the face. Like, yeah, it's good. Has to be. Holy fucking terrifying. Daggermaw Megalodon is a 6 mana 5/7 with vigilance and island cycling. Okay, well we saw the plane cycling version. The plane cycling was a 4/5 flyer. This is a 5/7 vigilance. I think you probably still take this just for the island cycling, just like the flyer you probably just take for the plane cycling. And also it is a big boy. Like, this is just a big dude. It's not the biggest dude we've seen, but it is a big thing. And big things are generally pretty good in limited because if you have bigger things than your opponent's things, you can just start hitting them. And this has vigilance as well, so it probably eats some creatures and either dies or it can still block. So, yeah. Daggermaw Megalodon. Looks sick as well. I like that art. Don't make a sound. 2 mana, counter target spell. Yep. Cheating into play somehow. What do you mean? Well, how would I cheat it into play? How would I flip it face up for 6 and turn it into a 5/7 flying vigilance cursed windbreak wearing Megalodon? That's not cheating into play, to be fair. You'd have to still play full price for it. How would you cheat this into play? Have we seen anything that cheats this into play? I mean, we've seen the white reanimate spell, but that's 1 mana cheaper, so it's not really cheating. Yeah. I don't know how you cheat it into play currently in this limited set, but yeah, it's just a big thing. And you also have island cycling, so you can just put it into the graveyard if you want it there. Like, it's good. Yeah, don't make a sound. Counter target spell unless the controller plays do. If they do, unless its controller plays 2. If they do, fail 2. This is blue has 1 million of these by now. Like, just literally 1 million of these. So sure, the blue counter spell that makes things cost more. Duskmourn's Domination. Okay. 6 mana. Enchant creature, you control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets -3/-0 and loses all abilities. That's bad. What? When did we start paying 6 mana for mind control that's not good? What do you mean? I pay, what is it, 5 mana for the regular mind control? Even in the last set, they had a 4 mana take control of a creature. If you don't gift something, it becomes tapped for 3 turns. But that's better than this. Why the hell are you taking a creature only to, like, I guess to get it off your opponent's side of the board, but it becomes useless. 6 mana, I'll mind control your creature, it gets shit. Sweet, thanks for spending your 6 mana turn to do absolutely fucking nothing. Like, unless this is winning you the game you turn you play it, this is insulting. Like, come on, man. There are 5 mana card. There is a 5 mana card that is just to gain control of target creature or gain control of enchanted creature. Why is this 6 mana gain control of enchanted creature, but it's shit now? That's annoying. That's actually annoyed me. Why is that so bad? I don't like that. Yeah, Duskmourn's Domination. The first I don't like you card. Enduring Curiosity is a 4 mana 4/3 with flash. Okay. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. When Enduring Curiosity dies, if it was a creature returning from the battlefield under its owner's control, it's an enchantment. So then you just get whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay. I like this card. I actually like this card more than the goat because it has flash. So, yeah, you just swing at your opponent if they leave themselves open because you have 4 blue mana untapped, or 4 mana of whatever color, 2 of it being blue, and they don't want to walk into a combat trick. You just flash this baby in, draw a card, thanks. And this is whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player. It's not limited, it's not like 1 or more, which means if you swing with 6 dudes and your opponent goes, it's 6 1/1s, who cares, I'll tank it. And you just play this, you get to draw 6 cards. Yeah, I like this card. This card's really... Just because of the flash, this card's really good. And then even if they blow it up, it's still an enchantment that they have to think about until they blow up the enchantment. This is good. This has to be good. 100%. Enter the Enigma. 1 mana, target creature can't be blocked this turn, draw a card. Sure. It replaces itself because it's got draw a card staple to it, so blue probably plays it because mono blue tempo just takes every single 1 mana card that says draw a card on it. And target creature can't be blocked this turn. We haven't seen anything crazy powerful with that, but I mean, that's an effect that can win you the game. I just don't know if you'd actually take this card. I feel like I'd probably pass this at every opportunity. But maybe it wins you the game. Entity Tracker is a 3 mana 2/3 with flash. With Eerie, whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, draw a card. Okay. Fine. Depending on how many enchantments you have, this is probably pretty good. You can flash it in at the end of your opponent's turn, and then on your turn, unless they have instant speed removal and the mana up to play it, you can play an enchantment or a couple of enchantments, draw a couple of cards, feel good about yourself, and then this probably gets blown up or beaten down or just, you know, whatever. Like, the creature's not particularly exciting, but it's a draw. And draw's great, so sure. Yeah. Erratic Apparition. 3 mana for a 1/3 flying vigilant. And whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Sure, it's got flying on it, so it's probably fine. I'm not particularly excited about this, but maybe it's just good enough. Fear of Failed Tests is a 5-mana 2/7. That's a fat ass. Whenever Fear of Failed Test deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards. Interesting. Okay. What do I think? I don't think it's great. 5 mana for 2/7. There's probably a million different things that block this for that much mana. Unless you can make it unblockable, but then you're drawing 2 cards out of it, and how exciting is that? Not particularly. If you're attacking with it, you can't block with it because it'll be tapped, and it with 7 toughness, this is more like a blocker than it is an attacker. I don't think this is all that interesting. Maybe it's really good in the 2-power deck that White's been trying to do. But, yeah, average, I'd say. Kind of mediocre. Fear of Falling is a 5-mana 4/4 flyer. When it attacks, a target creature defending player control gets -2/-0 and loses flying until your next turn. This is really good. This is a 5-mana 4/4 flyer that says, if you only have 1 flyer to block me, no you don't anymore. And just starts creaming your opponent in the face. This is good. Compared to the previous one, this is great. Ugh. Yeah, this is great. I would like a number of this card. Thank you. This is very good and limited. It's a big flyer that stops your opponent's flyers from doing anything. I like it. Fear of Imposters is a 3-mana 3/2 with flash. When Fear of Imposters enters, counter target spell, its controller manifests dread. Oh. This is good. This is a creature with a counter spell stuck in his ass. Your opponent does get to manifest dread, but I mean, if your opponent tries to play a big thing and you just go, I counter it while also playing a guy, like, yeah. That makes your opponent very sad. I like that. Yeah, this is a good card. This is the kind of counterspell I can get behind. A counterspell that's actually a creature. So that I don't just have to sit there and not play cards. Well, actually, to be fair, it's still a counterspell, so it still probably upsets me. But at least it's a creature, so it feels like blue is actually trying to do something once in their life. Fear of Isolation. Okay, a 2-mana 2/3 flyer. As an additional cost to cast the spell, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. This is probably okay. I don't think you're playing this on turn 2, unless there's some really useful turn 1 blue cards, or turn... I suppose it depends on what colour combo you're playing. But, I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/3 flyer, right? It just beats everything in the air and starts pecking away at your opponent. And as long as you have... You can return a land. That would put you behind, but you could return a land. At worst. I don't think you want to do that. But, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I think this card's okay. Like, I think if there's a good 1-mana blue or 1-mana other creature that likes being bounced or has, you know, enter the battlefield effect or something like that, this card's really good. But we haven't seen one of those in limited yet, I don't think, so. Blood Pit's Drowner is a 2-mana 2/1 with flash and vigilance. And when it enters, tap target creature opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And you can shuffle the Drowner and target creature with a stun counter on it into their owner's library. Okay. Okay. So at the end of your opponent's turn, you flash this in, put a stun counter on their game-winning card, and then shuffle both into, and then shuffle this and that card into libraries. I mean, this is definitely an interesting take on blue removal, I suppose. Yeah, this is probably fine. It's a flash creature. It taps things down. This is probably pretty good. And you don't have to use this the final effect. You can just play it as a 2/1 that taps an opponent's creature down and then just starts hitting them with vigilance, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is okay. Get out. 2 mana. Counter target creature or enchantment, or return 1 or 2 creature cards and or enchantments to their owner's hand. So this is like counter spell plus turbo bounce. This is probably good. Like, irritatingly, this is probably good. Bounce 2 creatures or counter something. This is good. And that's annoying. I really hate cards like this. They're just generically good for blue tempo because it always makes me stress about blue tempo being a thing again, because blue tempo, like, I played against blue tempo. I tried to build and play a blue tempo deck, and both sides of that matchup I hate. I hate playing it. I hate playing against it because it just feels like you're doing nothing. And this is a really good card for blue tempo, so that's annoying. Anyway, yeah, this card is probably good just for the bounce 2 things. And also, at worst case scenario, you can just counter something big with it, so yeah. Ghostly Keybearer is a 4 mana 3/3 flyer, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, unlock a locked door of up to 1 target room you control. Oh, okay. That's pretty good, actually. Like, we've seen some rooms that cost 6, so this can just do it for 4. I mean, 5 because it's not attacking the turn it comes down, I suppose. But that's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, okay. I depending on how many rooms there are, I think this could be like, I mean, it's a 3/3 flyer. You're probably still taking this anyway because it's got evasion. But yeah, opening doors without having to pay any mana cost towards them could be pretty busted. Glimmer Burst, 4 mana, draw 2 cards, create a 1/1 Glimmer enchantment creature token. At instant speed, sure. This is, so draw 2 cards is usually 3 mana, so you're essentially paying 1 extra mana for a 1/1 white Glimmer creature token, which could trigger all of your enchantment area effects. So yeah, I don't hate this card. I don't know if I'd actually use it, but I don't hate it. It's fine. I just kind of undervalue draw usually. Leyline of Transformation. As with other ley lines, it can enter the game. If you have it in your opening hand, you can put it on the battlefield. As Leyline of Transformation enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control are the chosen type in addition to their other types. The same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So everything is whatever creature type you want it to be forever. Sure. I have no idea why that matters. It's probably bad and limited because I haven't seen, apart from enchantment, but enchantment is not a creature type, it's a card type. So Glimmer, I guess, is the only one, but like I don't think you care that much. This is, I don't know. I can't see this being useful in limited at all because I feel like you just don't have enough of the synergies for it, but maybe you do, and maybe Glimmer's good enough. So maybe you're like blue-white Glimmer, and you have this to turn everything into a Glimmer. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not too enthusiastic about this card. I feel like it doesn't really do anything, and I feel like most of the time you're just... This is going to be that 15th card in a pack that you're like, wow, nobody wanted this rare, huh? Because I don't think it really does. Marina Verdrell's Grimoire. Who Marina Verdrell is. 6 mana. When Marina Verdrell's Grimoire enters, if you cast it, draw 5 cards. Well, hello. You have no maximum hand size, and you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Whenever you gain life, draw that many cards. Whenever you lose life, discard that many cards. Then if you have no cards in hand, you lose the game. This is bad, right? Has to be. Like, say this is the last card in your hand. You play it. You draw 5 cards, so you essentially have 5 life. I don't think this is a good card. Cost 6? I don't think this is a good card. Maybe there's a way to make this insane. Maybe there's a way to break this. But I'm in limited. I think this is just set yourself to 5. Pray. Not good. Okay, so Meat Locker. When you unlock this door, tap up to 2 target creatures and put 2 stun counters. Okay, so for 3 mana, that's not bad. For 5, Drowned Diner. Whenever you unlock this door, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. Okay. Not awful. I think you take this just for Meat Locker. And then Drowned Diner is just, extra value. So, I don't hate this card. Because, I mean, it's 3 mana, tap 2 things your opponent controls. The problem is, it isn't instant speed. It is sorcery speed. So, what it actually reads is, play this, tap 2 creatures your opponent's control, put 2 stun counters on them, but as soon as you end your turn, they go down to 1. I mean, that's still like 2, or I mean, the turn you play it, you can swing. So what, 3 turns of your opponent not being able to use 2 of his creatures? Not terrible, but it's not, the most exciting thing in the world either. So this is probably fine. This is not the worst room we've seen. The worst room we've seen is that alternate win condition, but certainly not the most exciting. Reasonably low tier. The Mind Skinner. Jesus. It's a 3 mana 10/1. The Mind Skinner can't be blocked. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many cards. What? In limited, isn't this insane? 40 card deck, you start with 7. By turn 3, you've drawn 3 cards, so you have 30 cards left. This comes down. It hits you once, 20 cards left. 19. Hits you twice, 8 cards left. You lose the game on the 3rd hit. Does only have 1 toughness, but it can't be blocked. So it has to be removal. And now any removal kills this thing, I imagine. But this is insane. Or at least it's terrifying, right? If you're on the receiving end of this, you're just there like, holy shit, I need to deal with that. That's terrifying and very cool. Yeah. I mean, like, in a normal standard game, it would essentially set your opponent's life total from 20 to something towards 50, 60, because that's how many cards there are in a deck. But in limited, it essentially sets your opponent's life total from 20 to 30. And because of that, you have a 10 power guy on turn 3. I'd take that. Like, your opponent has to remove this. They have to remove this the turn it comes down. If they don't, they're going to get absolutely mauled. Jesus. Oh my word. So the mirror room for 3 mana. When you unlock this door, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it's a reflection in another creature. This legend. It is. Damn. Okay. And then for 7, if a triggered ability of a permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional. I don't know how to value this card. I think Mirror Room is good for 3. I think creating a token that's a copy of any creature you control is probably really good. For 7, double triggering triggered ability. Because if a source you control would deal combat damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many cards. That's a triggered ability, right? So, oh my lord. Because the activated abilities are the ones you tap, you have to pay for. Triggered abilities are the ones that happen when something triggers them. So, God, I don't know. Let's go on Mirror Room. Mirror Room is 3 mana to make a copy of any creature you control. It's fine. Fractured Realm, I have no idea. Because I don't know what different triggered abilities there are. There could be so many, there could be nothing. I have no idea how to evaluate that card. But we'll stick with Mirrored Room is fine. And say that this card is playable. I'm not going to go beyond that because Fractured Realms is, I don't know, too complicated. I think this is probably one of those cards that's not great in limited, but in standard probably breaks something somewhere. So in limited, I would say Mirror Room is the side you're going on, and it makes a token that's a copy of something. Sometimes that'll be good, sometimes that'll be bad, sometimes you won't even have a target. Whatever. And again, Fractured Realms I don't think ever comes into play in limited, but maybe it does. Overlord of the Flood Pits. Okay. It is a 5 mana, 5/3 flyer, and when it enters or attacks, you draw 2 cards, then discard a card. And you can do the impending 4 thing for 3. I mean, it's a 5/3 flyer, so you're probably just taking it. And when you get to draw cards and discard a card from it, this is probably really good. Again, I undervalue draw a lot. So this is probably way better than I'd give it credit for. To me, it would be a 5 mana, 5/3 flyer, and I'd get to draw 2 cards and discard a card. That is about what I'd expect out of it. But I guess if you're playing like control, or you have some good like removal or bounce or like instant speed stuff, this card could get really silly with its draw and discard effect. I don't know. I'll give it an eh. Again, I undervalue draw a lot. Paranormal Analyst. 2 mana for a 1/3. Whenever you manifest dread, put a card you put into your graveyard this way into your hand. Wow. Okay, so instead of Manifest Dread being make a 2/2, put something in your graveyard, it's make a 2/2, put the card in your hand. This is really good. This is really good. This is like if you play this and your opponent doesn't have an answer for it, you win the game level good, right? If you've got a bunch of Manifest Dread. This is very powerful. Yeah, this is really strong. It's like this has got to be like a core piece of the Manifest Dread deck, I think. Very, very strong, I think. Piranha Fly is a 2-mana, 2/1 flyer that enters tapped. Sure, it's a cheap flyer. I mean, we probably take some of those. Grappling Skull Crab is a 1-mana, 0/3. Oh, it's the landfall crab, but not really. Whenever enchantment you control enters, or you unlock a room, target player mills 2 cards. This is probably fine and limited, depending on how many enchantments you have, but you can probably screw your opponent over pretty sharpish with this. It's not as good as the landfall crab that was a 0/3 that milled 2 whenever you played a land, obviously, because this is, you have to actually play enchantments for this to take effect. But not bad. Or I'd say it's pretty good. Silent Hall Creeper. Okay. This is fucking terrifying art. I like it. A 2-mana 1/1 that can't be blocked. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Put 2+1/+1 counters on it, which makes it a 3/3. Draw a card. Or it becomes a copy of another target creature you control. And loses that ability. That's pretty good. This is a good card. 2-mana 1/1, but it can't be blocked. So then on turn 3 you become a 3/3. On turn 4 you will draw a card, or maybe on turn 3 you draw a card. I don't know. And then on turn 5 you become a copy of another creature I control that also has +2/+2. Probably a flyer, hopefully. This is pretty good. This has to be pretty good. Like, this has to be. Also, I love the fucking art, so I'm going to say it's sick. Stalked Researcher, a 2-mana 3/3 with Defender. Oh, and whenever you play an enchantment, you can attack as though it didn't have to. Yeah, we've seen a couple of these. They're actually not bad, because usually blue is a bit crappy at defending itself early. So having 1 or 2 of these just to hold the line and stop an opponent from swinging into your face early so you can set up some flyers and some enchantments and stuff, probably pretty good. Stay Hidden, Stay Silent. A 2-mana enchant creature. Oh, it taps, doesn't untap. Yeah, we've seen this. Shuffle enchant creature into its owner's library, then Manifest Dread. Okay. Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these cards. It is, your creature doesn't get to untap and do anything. This is a good card. This is like the closest thing to blue removal that you get. It is 2 mana. Usually this is 3, I think. Or is it 2? I think 2. No, it's usually 3, isn't it? I don't remember. But yeah, this is good. This is blue removal. Removal in quotation marks, but blue removal. The Tale of Tamio. Ooh. We have a Saga. 3 mana and mill 2 cards. If 2 cards that share a card type were milled this way, draw a card and repeat this process. Okay, so that happens 3 times. So it means if you mill 2 creatures, you get to draw a card and do it again, or 2 instant sorcery, 2 instant, 2 sorceries, 2 enchantments, whatever. 4, and then on the 4th turn, exile any number of target instant, sorcery, and or Tamio Planeswalker cards from your graveyard. Copy them. You may cast any number of the copies. Is there a Tamio Planeswalker in this set? If there's a Tamio Planeswalker in this set, that could be really good. But I don't know if there is. I mean, this is a lot of setup, but this could maybe go hard. Like, depending on what instants and sorceries you get. you can just cast, you can probably cast like 10 spells in one turn with this. Could be pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. This is another one. Like the peak of this card is so insane, but the floor of this card is crap because it's 3 mana. Like turn 3, it's pay 3 mana, do nothing, and then next turn it probably does nothing, and then next turn it probably does nothing, and then on the 4th turn maybe it wins you the game. Like, I don't know. But I'm gonna say probably crap in limited, at least. Like, you're probably not going to have the instant sorceries or Tameo planeswalkers to make this work. And if you do, then it's probably still not worth it. You probably don't need it. Tunnel Surveyor. 3 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. Fine. This is a 3 mana 3/3 across 2 bodies. This is fine. Nothing particularly exciting, but it's totally fine. Twist Reality. 3 mana, counter target spell or manifest dread. Yeah. Again, this is like counter spell with options. They are usually pretty good. I don't like counter spell with options because, again, I don't like mono blue tempo. But this is fine. At least it can be making a creature. I don't like the cards that one just came out, like Spell Geyser or something, that's like draw 2 cards or counter a spell, and I'm just like, those are both things that I don't need in blue tempo. Thanks. Unable to Scream. 1 mana for an enchant creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities. Is a toy with base power and toughness 0/2, in addition to its other types. As long as enchanted creature is face down, it can't be turned face up. Okay. Again, this is kind of like blue removal, because blue doesn't get real removal. So I'm going to say this is fine. Not particularly incredible, but it's definitely not the worst card. Okay. Underwater Tunnel is 1 mana. When you unlock this door, surveil 2. So for 1 mana, surveil 2. Sure. And then for 4 mana, the Slimy Aquarium. You unlock the door, manifest dread, then put a counter on 4 mana 3/3. I suppose manifest dread does let you look at cards and oh wait. This is we finally found it. Wait. This is gonna take forever. Give me a second. So we need 6 cards on turn 3 for this card to be a 3 mana 5/5 flyer on turn 3, right? That's what we need. Come on. There we go. And that is a 1 mana surveil 2. So if you play this on turn 1, surveil both cards into your graveyard. Then 2 of them on turn 2, surveil all the cards into the graveyard. That's 6 cards into your graveyard. On turn 3, you can play the eye and exile all 6 cards. So there is a way to get that eye off turn 3 as a 5/5 flyer. But apart from that, this isn't worth it. Like, unless you have built your deck around the idea of getting the eye off on turn 3 by this stupid surveil combo thing, I don't think this is worth it. Like what? It's 1 mana to surveil 2. Sure, that's probably fine. And the other thing is 4 mana for a 3/3, which is whatever. I don't think that's particularly good. But hey, maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, I don't like this. This is another, like, I don't particularly care for this room. It's not the worst. The worst is still that alternate win condition, but, you know, it's not great either. Unnerving Grasp, a 3 mana, return target for non-permanent. Yeah, okay. This bounce, but with Manifest Dread staple to it. Cool. I mean, it's bounce that leaves you a creature, so this is probably pretty good, actually, but... Yeah, it's a bounce spell. Also, it's a sorcery speed bounce spell. Yeah, it does hit a non-land permanence, though, so maybe it's okay. Unwilling Vessel is a 3-mana, 3/2 with Vigilance. And Eerie, whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you unlock a room, put a possession counter on it. When it dies, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, where X is the number of spirit counters. Wait, number of counters, not just possession count. Okay. Well, there was that white guy that put counters on other things, right? So that's interesting. So you could maybe do like a little combo of moving the counters around from different things and then stacking them all on an Unwilling Vessel and making a giant flying creature. Okay, this isn't a bad card. I like this card. Like, this is a 3/2 Vigilance that can be... Like, there's some interesting tech to it. Not just like, you know, play enchantments, this gets big. Woo. Like, it's play enchantments and maybe put +1/+1 counters on this thing and a whole bunch of other stuff. And then when they blow this up, you get a huge creature out of it. That's kind of cool. I like that. I'd say it's pretty good as well. Like, a 3-mana 3/2 is fine with Vigilance. And then you can just stack up a bunch of possession counters on it, or just counters in general, and just start yeeting it at your opponent. And if they ever kill it, it gets worse. Vanish from Sight. 4 mana, target on a permanent, put it on the bottom of the... Yeah, again, this is another very regular blue card. Okay, sure. Ooh, black. I reckon we can do black before I take a break. I reckon we can. At least some of it. If I do need to disappear, then I'll just take a break. So I think we're fine for now. What do I think of blue? I think I like blue more than I usually would. Mostly because they've got some interesting creatures. Like, when every creature is like this, where it just like draws stuff, I kind of feel like blue is just kind of a bit bleh. But like, I like the Hall Creeper. It encourages you to attack. I like the this giant mill thing that encourages you to attack. There's just some generically good cards. I like this Unwilling Vessel. Like, I think there are just some, like, fine cards. So, you know. It's not... Blue isn't totally focused on counter spells, drawing, and that's it. Like, it's actually... Might try and hit you to death with stuff that can't be blocked. Which would be astounding. I don't know. I'm still not sure if I'll play blue. Maybe there's an interesting, like, glimmer, white-blue glimmer enchantment creature deck. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. Anyway, black. First black creature. Appendage Amalgam is a 3-mana, 3/2 with flash, and whenever it attacks, you surveil 1. Good, because it's got flash. About it. Not particularly exciting. Yeah, it's fine. Bale Muck Leech is a 2-mana, 2/2 with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment enters or whenever you unlock a room, each opponent loses 1 life. These cards are fine. Again, they're not particularly exciting, but it's a cheap creature that comes down and bonks your opponent a couple of times before they can put up a defense, and then does stuff when you do what you're going to do anyway, which is play enchantments. So, yeah, I think this is fine. Maybe better than fine, depending on how many enchantments there are in black. But I think it's, from what we've seen, this would probably be pretty good. This probably does like 6 damage by itself if it gets an attack in before it dies. So, not bad. Hackling Slasher. Holy shit, that looks creepy. Is a 4-mana 3/3 with Death Touch, and it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn. not a hard thing to do, especially if you're killing off your own creatures by swinging them or sacrificing them or whatever. So this could be a 4-mana 4/4 with Death Touch. Like, nobody wants to swing into anything with Death Touch, and nobody wants to block anything with Death Touch, but a 4/4 with Death Touch is so big you kind of have to. This is probably a really good card in Limited. Yeah. Probably. Not definitely, but probably a really. Come back wrong. Okay. 3 mana. Destroy target creature. If a creature card is put into a graveyard this way, return it to the battlefield under your control, sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. Sure. It's removal. I mean, yeah, that's about as much as I can think. It's removal. If you use it on a creature with an enter effect, it's really good because you get the enter effect too, and then you sacrifice it. If it has a dies effect, it's really good because it sacrifices it, but the whatever creature it is doesn't have haste or anything, so you can't attack with it or anything like that. It just comes in and just sits there and then just goes away at the end of turn. So if you're using this just as a removal spell, it's slightly overpriced and sorcery speed, which is gross. But if you're using this as a destroy a creature because you want the effects of the creature entering or leaving, probably fine. I don't know. You like, I have to see it hitting something that's really good. But to me, it looks like an overpriced slow removal spell. Like a rare black peat destroy target creature, that should be like 2, or have some crazy effect on it or something. Or I mean, 3 is fine, but 3 is like murder. I don't know. Maybe the return effect is really good, but I don't. Commune with Evil, 3 mana. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, the rest into your graveyard, and gain 3 life. Black usually loses life for drawing cards, so sure. This is okay. If you want cards in your graveyard, this is a good way to do it. It's draw as well. Gaining life, I don't know how much that matters. This is fine. Again, not particularly exciting, but fine. Cracked Skull is a 3 mana enchantment. Enchant creature. When it enters, look at target player's hand. You may choose an online card from it. That player discards that card. When enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. Okay. I mean, okay. I don't know. 3 mana to get an opponent to discard a card, and then if the creature gets dealt damage, destroy it. In Limited, it's probably okay, but it's still kind of naff. So, like, it's not Flash or anything. This is literally probably your entire turn 3. I don't like it. Cynical Loner. Okay, is a 2 mana 3/1 that can't be blocked by glimmers. And at the beginning of your second main phase, if it is tapped, you may search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. This is probably busted in some way or another, but I don't know what. And in Limited, as far as I can tell, it is a 2 mana 3/1. Sure. I mean, if you want an early creature, it's an early creature, but Dashing Bloodsucker. 4 mana 2/5's got a fat ass. When an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, sure, it gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn, making it a 4/5 lifelink. Not bad. Not the worst thing in the world. Like, yeah, it's fine. There does seem to be some okay ways to get lifelink and stuff in black, or to heal. Maybe that white card that was the white ley line isn't that bad as long as you're doing white black, which is a problem because white black in standard already has a life gain deck, and we don't need any more of it. But yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. Play an enchantment, swing with this, gain 4. Sweet. Alright, Defiled Crypt, 4 mana. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 black horror enchantment creature token. Triggers only once each turn. Sure. With 1 mana, when you unlock this door and return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, 1 mana, return a creature from your graveyard to your hand is not terrible. The Defiled Crypt is kind of crap. I mean, the Defiled Crypt is fine if you're doing stuff that removes cards from your graveyard, but it only happens once a turn, and it doesn't matter how many things you return, it's still only a single 2/2. For 4 mana, like... Again, this is a very average room, I think. Like, both effects are fine, but yeah. Cadaver? Whatever, it's a corpse. Cadaver, that one. Cadaver Lab is probably the side you actually care about. Defiled Crypt is whatever. Demonic Council, 2 mana, search your library for a demon card, reveal it, put it to your hand, then shuffle. Delirium. Ooh, Delirium's back. There are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard. Search your library for any card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. It's a tutor. In limited, tutors aren't great. Unless you have specifically, like, something, like a game-winning bomb that you need to search for. And maybe in this set, there's a game-winning bomb demon in black. But if there is, I haven't seen it yet. So, I would say this isn't very good in limited because usually tutors aren't great because it takes a whole turn to go look for a card. Oh. Derelict Attic. For 2, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. That's about right. Or for 3, sorry. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. That's about what you pay. For 4, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until it should be Death Touch and Lifelink. Just Death Touch is not good. Well, actually, it means it trades with anything that blocks it. Maybe it's fine. But just attacking with 1 creature so that it gets +1/+0 and Death Touch. I don't know. I think you take this for Derelict Attic because draw 2 cards, lose 2 life for 3 mana is what black pays for that effect. So sure, whatever. It's just that that effect on an enchantment. And I guess if you have nothing else to do, you do the Widow's Walk. Like, it's not super exciting, but sure. Well, there's the demon. This was demon, right? Search your library for a demon card, reveal it, put it into your hand. There's the demon. Right. It's a 6 mana, all black, 6/6 flyer, and when it enters, if it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. What? So this is a 6/6 flyer that says you have 6 turns. 3 turns, actually, because you draw an extra card a turn. This good? I mean, it's good to reanimate, I guess, because then it's just a flying 6/6. But if you cast it, you exile all cards apart from 6 face down. So your whole deck's gone, you've got 6 cards left, both of you. And then it's your opponent's turn, they draw a card. They've got 5 left. Whatever happens, it's your turn. This is still alive, you draw 2 cards. You draw one on your upkeep, you draw a normal card. You have 4 cards left. Swing with this, deal them 6. Their turn, they're down to 4 cards. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They pass you. You've got 2 cards left because you draw a card, then draw another card. Swing, 12. Their turn, they're down to 3. Your turn, draw 2. You go to 0 cards. Swing. They're on 2 because that's 18 damage. Again, this is just assuming nothing else happened in the game. I mean, this probably wins you the game. And then it's your opponent's turn, and then it gets back to you and you lose. But, I mean, assuming your opponent isn't on 20 on turn 6, I mean, it's a 6/6 fly. Also, it's 6 black. I don't know. Do you ever even get this out if you're playing anything other than mono black? Probably not, right? 6 black mana? I don't know if you ever even get this shit off. I don't know. Fuck it. If you see it, take it, tell me how it does. I don't know. This probably isn't actually good, but maybe it is. Maybe you can build your whole deck around it if you get Demonic Council as well, because it is a demon. Maybe there's other demons in the set. I don't know. I don't know. Enduring Tenacity. 4 mana for a 4/3. When you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. When it dies, it comes back. Okay. This is probably pretty scary for the current life gain deck. We haven't seen a massive amount. We've seen some lifelink and some healing. I don't know if this wins you the game in limited, but it is just a 4 mana 4/3 that does something when it's alive or when it dies, because it still just comes back with the effect. So probably fine, probably playable. I don't know how super exciting it is, but I'd probably be fine with it. Fanatic of the Harrowing is a 4 mana 2/2. When it enters, each player discards a card. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card. Okay. This... Oh no, it's a 4 mana 2/2. No, this is too expensive. No, this is too expensive. No. This is way too expensive. Blue does this, like, 2 mana for a 2/2 that does this. Black having to pay 4 mana for this? No, it's too expensive. I suppose it gets that you makes your opponent discard as well, so maybe not exactly, but no. Fear of Lost Teeth. For 1 mana 1/1, when it dies, it deals 1 damage to any target and you gain a life. Yeah, I like this. I like this sort of little scamp. There's lots of little 1/1s that do stuff like this. They're usually good to have a couple of in a deck, because you can always use them as sack fodder or just like blockers or whatever. I am actually going to take a quick break. My throat's starting to get sore again and I need to go to the bathroom. So we're going to switch to our Be Right Back screen, and when we get back, we'll have a look over Fear of the Dark. I probably should have stopped before when we started on Black, but I didn't realise... at the time, I didn't think I'd need to go to the bathroom, but I do. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the Be Right Back screen. One more follower, and then I get my goal. Yeah. Oh my... What the fuck is that? Chimera tank. Well, it's a good thing I brought this. Boom! Well, I'm out of missiles, so I'm down to... Oh, I got a level up. What are you?
Who's that Pokemon? It's Magnemite! Magnemite!
It is level 70. We got ourselves a Magna Rayquaza. Oh. I should have nicknamed it Rayquaza. I always think about that afterwards. I'm always like, I should nickname them the legendaries they replaced. The real question is, what is the Snorlax gonna be? Does everyone have Rayquaza on this fucking stretch of path? Okay, Rayquaza number 2, everybody. Still have nothing good. Is poison good against dragon? I don't know, but apparently it that was enough. All right, sorry about that. Sorry about that, chat. We're back. We are back with Fear of the Dark. Something I'm sure plenty of people have suffered from at a point. Okay. Fear of the Dark is... So the last one was the Tooth, yes. Fear of the Dark is 5 mana for a 5/5, and when it attacks, if defending player controls no Glimmer creatures, it gains Menace and Death Touch till end of turn. There have been a lot of ways to make Glimmer creatures, but that was in white and blue. There's only been like a single Glimmer creature. This one. Black so far. Yeah. Which makes me think maybe Glimmer is like color dependent? I don't know. If you can make... If your opponent has Glimmers, this is a 5 mana 5/5, which is fine. Nothing to write home about. If your opponent doesn't have Glimmers, this is a 5/5 with Menace and Death Touch, which is pretty good. Because if you swing it, your opponent has to block with 2 creatures, and this at least kills both of them. It's got Death Touch. So, you know, I think this can be really good. It can also be very average. So we'll have to see. Final Vengeance. 1 mana as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice creature enchantment, exile target creature. We've seen a couple of cards like this, like one of them was like Eat Whole or something, or Consume. I don't know. You had to sacrifice a creature and it exiled another creature. So this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. The fact that you get to sacrifice an enchantment for it is interesting. It's sorcery speed, which is a bit naff, but it does exile things, so this is probably fine. It is removal. It's just not fantastic removal, but, you know, it's not terrible. Okay. 3 mana for Funeral Room. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I mean, it's not blood artist or whatever. It's not that good, but it's not bad. And Awakening Hall for 8. When you unlock I can see what. Whenever you unlock the door, return all creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not all graveyards. Come on, Black, for 8 mana, make it all graveyards. Don't be cheap. Again, Funeral Room is fine. In limited, maybe this doesn't quite cut the mustard. Because Funeral Room is maybe a bit expensive for this. Yeah. And, like, Awakening Hall probably wins you the game. But you have to get to 8 mana. I mean, Funeral Room probably keeps you alive a little bit because you keep draining your opponent. But, like, In limited, this might just not be good enough. I think in standard, this probably works in some deck or another. But I think in limited, this is just not good enough. I think. Give into violence. 2 mana, creature gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink till end of turn. I mean, white's given out +2/+2 and flying for 1, so this feels a bit overpriced. But +2/+2 and lifelink. Lifelink is a nice effect to have because you can out heal your opponent's damage. So I don't know. Again, I kind of just don't take this sort of card as much as I should, just because I don't really feel. I feel like it's a good way to get yourself 2 for 1. So, Grievous Wound. Okay. 5 mana for enchantment. Enchanted player can't gain life. Whenever enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose half their life rounded up. Ooh. That's... I mean, 5 mana for do nothing to the board is a bit of a worry. But... is this a win condition? I mean, I think if you're in blue and you've got a bunch of unblockable stuff, maybe you just murder someone with this card. But again, this is another one that I feel like when I read it, I'm like, wow, this is probably really good. Not in limited though. I don't know how good it is in limited. Because it's half their life rounded up. So if you're at 20, you lose 10. If you're at 10, you lose 5. If you're at 5, you lose 3. If you're at 2, you lose 1. If you're at 1, you die. Like... that's a lot of attack still. This is turn 5. I don't know. Assuming your opponent might have already lost some life, maybe this is better, but 5 mana to play this on someone and do nothing else is a big investment. I don't think so. I don't think so. Innocuous Rat. 2 mana, 1/1. When it dies, manifest dread. Sure. A little dude that does stuff when it dies. That's fine. I don't know about it being a 2 mana 1/1 though. Surely it's like a 2 mana 2/1 or something that has actual like a good stat behind it. I suppose it becomes a 2/2, so yeah, okay. Killer's Mask is a 3 mana equipment. When it enters, manifest dread and attach the mask to it. It has menace. This isn't as good as the flying one, but it's okay because it comes attached to a 2/2. The flying one's better because flying's better than menace, but sure, whatever. This is fine. Let's play a game. 4 mana for Delirium. Choose one. If there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, choose 1 or more instead. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1. Each opponent discards 2 cards. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3. Not bad. I mean, you have Delirium and cast this and do all 3 effects. It's fine. You can only do 1 effect. Crap? Yeah. Kind of crap. Because creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn is what, 2/3 mana thing. Each opponent discards 2 cards is a 2/3 mana thing. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life is a 2 mana thing. 3 mana if you're in like maybe no, it's like a 2 mana thing. 2 mana's targeted. Each opponent maybe a 3 mana thing. So essentially, unless you have Delirium, you're paying 4 for something that should cost you 3. If you have Delirium, you're paying for 3 things that should each cost you 3, which is probably really good. But you need Delirium for this to be anywhere near good. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd be excited about this card, but maybe it's good. At least if you have Delirium, it probably is. Or it is. Leyline of the Void is back. It's just like every other Leyline. It can come in at the beginning of the game, and instead of going to a graveyard, things get exiled. I actually got fucked by this card once in one of the more recent sets. They did a re-release of the Leylines. Leyline of the Void was one of the cards that was in like the extra expansion things that you could get it in. And my opponent pulled it, and I was playing some Reanimator deck. In limited again. This was not draft. It was sealed. So it wasn't good Reanimator, but the main idea was reanimating stuff and then triggering effects when they reanimated and blah, 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 blah. So my opponent turn 1 played this, so I reached across the table and shook his hand. That was it. Game over. Then game 2, he didn't get it and I won, and then game 3, I think he beat me as well. Either way, yeah, this is insane if you get it on the turn 1 and you're up against someone who wants to do stuff with their graveyard. Like someone who's doing Delirium or whatever. If someone's playing a Delirium deck and you play this against them turn 1, then they probably just concede. But if you don't get this turn 1, or your opponent's playing anything that's not a Delirium deck, hey Lisa, then this probably does nothing. Live or Die. 5 mana, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, destroy target creature. Okay. For destroy target creature, 5 mana is too expensive. But return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, 5 mana is how much that costs. Instant speed as well, which is pretty good. They usually cost, I think it's 5 mana for a sorcery, usually. So, yeah, if you are returning a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with this card, good. If you're destroying a creature with this card, bad. But it does have flexibility, so we probably take this. Like, it is technically removal, it just feels gross to use it as removal. But, yeah, sure. Why not? They reprinted Meat Hook Massacre? Well, okay, let's read it first. Meat Hook Massacre 2, costing $1 billion. For at least 6, and 6 only hits 1 creature. Jesus. Okay, so this is really expensive. Yeah, when Meat Hook Massacres enter, each player sacrifices X creatures. Let's say X is 1, because that's 6 mana, so... whenever a creature you control dies, you may pay 3 life. If you do, return that card under your control with a finality counter on it. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, they may pay 3 life. If they don't, return that card under your control with a finality counter. Um... I don't know. So, for 6 mana and 3 life, if your opponent doesn't pay, this is... Both players sacrifice a creature, yours comes back with a finality counter, and your opponent's comes back to you with a finality counter. But it's sacrifice, it's not destroy. Which means they can sacrifice a crappy 1/1, and you can get a crappy 1/1 with a finality counter. But from then on, if a creature an opponent controls dies, you get it unless they pay 3. And if a creature you control dies, you can pay 3 to bring it back. I think compared to original Meat Hook Massacre, this is not good. I think in general this isn't good. I think it costs too much, right? Like, I think it just costs way too much. Because for 8, you get 2 creatures. For 10, you get 3. This costs too much. It has to, right? I think this has to be too expensive. What's in the box? Hey, John T, how you doing? I think this has to be too expensive. I think this has to be. Like, it's just so much. The double X. The double X really kills it. Because if this was like 4 and a single X, like 5 mana is 1, 6 mana is 2, 7 mana is 3, 8 mana is 4. But because it's double X, like 6 mana is 1, 8 mana is 2, 10 mana is 3, 12 mana is 4. It's too expensive. It's just too expensive. And the afterwards effect is good, but like, is it? I suppose it is because only the last HP matters. But like, I feel like this card is better if you're already winning. Whereas the old Meat Hook Massacre was just good all of the time. But this is only good if you're really winning already, I feel like. I don't know. I don't know. I think for limited this isn't. I think it's too expensive. I think it costs too much. I don't think you're going to make this work in limited. And I think for what it does, it's just too expensive. Miasma Demon. 6 mana for a 5/4 flying, and when it enters, you may discard any number of cards. When you do, up to that many target creatures each get -2/-2 until end of turn. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. It's a big flyer with removal attached for anything that's got 2 toughness or less. I don't mind that. I think it's fine. This is. I mean, 6 mana for a 5/4 flyer. We've already seen a 6 mana 5/5 flyer that exiles something, so that's probably not as good as that. But I think this is like possibly up to a board wipe stapled to a creature. But then by turn 6, how many cards do you actually have in hand? Probably like 2 or 3, so maybe not. Murder, hey, the good old faithful. There you go. 3 mana, destroy target creature, instant speed. This is the average of what you should be expecting from any removal spell in black. Nowhere to run. Okay, an enchantment with flash. When Nowhere to Run enters, target creature and opponent control gets -3/-3. Okay, so it's creatures your opponent's control can be the target of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities on those creatures don't trigger. Ooh. That's... I mean, in limited, this is just removal, so sure, whatever. But in standard, hexproof doesn't matter, ward doesn't matter anymore. Interesting. This could be really good. Like, just in general, this could be really good. Jesus. Okay. What? Osseous Stick Twister? Am I supposed to make her grab his dick and twist it joke at this? Right. Anyway, a 2 mana 2/2 with lifelink and delirium. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then Osseous Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card. Let me read that again. Okay. A 2-mana 2/2 with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more cards among cards in your graveyard, so just if you have Delirium Trigger, each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then, this deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't. As lifelink, so you'd also heal from that damage. Something Dick Twister. Yeah, exactly. I think this is good. This is a good card. It's weird. It's a lot of text, but I think this is good. It essentially means at the beginning of your end step, if you have the 4 card types for Delirium, your opponent has to sacrifice or discard, or else they're taking 2 and you're healing 2. Base. If you pump this thing, it's even more. So, yeah, I think this is pretty good. Overlord of the Baelmerk. Lord, okay. 5 mana for a 5/5. When it enters or attacks, mill 4 cards. Then you may return a non-avatar creature card or a planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. And you can pay, it has impending 5 for 2. So that would mean it comes out on turn 7. This is probably really good. I think. My only issue with a card like this is you could probably mill yourself out in limited because you only have a 40 card deck and this is coming out really late. But it does mean you can just keep bringing back whatever creature or planeswalker is giving you the most value / dealing the most damage. And it's kind of big on its own. I think this is probably good. Like, it's endless recursion, so it's probably really good. It just runs the risk of you milling yourself out. But I think if you mill through all 40 cards in your deck, attacking with this thing and returning cards from the graveyard to your hand, and you still haven't killed your opponent, you were not winning that game. So, I don't know. Again, it's probably something I'd need to play with and figure out exactly, but it's probably good. Popular Egotist. 3 mana for a 3/2. Sacrifice another creature or enchantment. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. A good blocker then. It does cost 2 mana to do that. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay. This is a good blocker. I suppose it's a good attacker as well because you can swing with it, and then if your opponent blocks it, you can always just tap 2 and sacrifice something. This is good in like a token deck. Maybe like white-black token generation likes this card a lot. I think this is fine. And whenever you sacrifice a permanent, drain your opponent. This is probably pretty good. It's fine. Again, it's not particularly exciting, but it's probably fine. Resurrected Cultist. 3 mana for a 4/1. And for Delirium, you can pay 4 and return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Sure. The big attacker that just comes back, it's fine. It's not particularly exciting. It's not awful. It's just kind of sure. Spectral Snatcher. A 6 mana. Oh, okay. So this is the swamp cycling one. You probably just run this because of the swamp cycling, but it has ward, discard a card, and it is a 6/5. Sure. Not the most exciting. What the shark was a 5/7 in blue with vigilance, and the white one was a 4/5 flyer. So this is the worst of the 3 we've seen so far. But it has swamp cycling, and it can help you trigger Delirium by just discarding it and then having a creature in the graveyard. So, sure. What the fuck? Sporogenic Infection. Ew, he's becoming mushroom. 2 mana for an enchanted creature. When it enters, target player sacrifices a creature other than the enchanted creature. When an enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. I like this. This is better than the other one. What was the other one? They have to discard a card, and when enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. This is better because it's 2 sets of removal in one, essentially. You play this, they have to sacrifice a creature other than the one you put this on, and then when the one that this is on is dealt damage, it just dies. So yeah, I like this card. This is much better. This is a 2 for 1. A built-in, well, no, 2 for 2, because the creature that's being blocked is probably dying, or blocking this is probably dying. But, I mean, you get rid of 2 creatures for it, so it's pretty good. I think this is good. Just a nice piece of removal. So, Unholy Annex is a 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. If you control a demon, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Otherwise, you lose 2 life. Okay. And for 5, when you unlock this door, create a 6/6 black demon token flying. Okay. So this is 3 mana. You draw an extra card at the end of your turn, which is 8. But you do lose 2 life. Which is fine because black doesn't really care. And then when you get to 5 mana, you make the 6/6, which means at the end of your turn, you gain 2 life and your opponent loses. And you still draw the card. So this is good. I think this card is good. I think this card is possibly a win condition by itself. So, yeah, in Limited, this is good. I mean, it's card draw, and then it's a big dude that also triggers vamping off your opponent and card draw. Like, your opponent can see the card, the flyer coming, but, I mean, if they're saving removal for it, that's 1 piece of removal they're not using on anything else on your side of the field, right? So, yeah. And if they don't have it, they just don't have it, and it just comes in as a 6/6 flying demon. You start draining them and then smashing them. Yeah, this is good. Unstoppable Slasher. Okay. Is a 3 mana 2/3 with Death Touch. And whenever Unstoppable Slasher deals combat damage to a player, they lose half their life rounded up. And then when Unstoppable Slasher dies, if it had no counters on it, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with 2 stun counters. Okay. This is a good card. Okay, so first of all, it has Death Touch. So your opponent's not going to want to block it. They're going to have to, but they're not going to want to. So when you swing with this, they're going to have to block it because they're not going to lose half their life. You kill whatever blocks it. This dies, returns with 2 stun counters. So your opponent has to remove it then, or wait, or in 2 turns, or 3 turns, I suppose, it's going to attack again. I mean, it's a bit slow, being the only problem, because of it's tapped down for like 3 turns. But it is unstoppable unless they have the removal while it's tapped. Or while it has the stun counters on it, even not while it's tapped. I think this card's pretty good. Also, again, it looks sick. With a head on top of that. Oh, is that an arm? I don't even know. It looks sick, though. I like this card. I want this card. Right. This is the big bad, right? This is the big, horrific, evil nightmare thing for the set, which is cool. Valgavoth, Terror Eater. It is a 9 mana, 9/9 flying lifelink. With ward, sacrifice 3 non-land permanent. If a card you don't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Valgavoth. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value rather than paying its mana cost. This thing's insane. I don't think you get to this. Like, 9 mana triple black is also a demon, by the way. So if you do get this, and you see... Oh my god, where's it gone? Yeah, Demonic Council, search your library for a demon card, reveal it and put it into your hand. I mean, maybe you do just take that card so you can always have Valgavoth in hand. But then there are discard effects in this set, so maybe your opponent just makes you discard it and you get super depressed. But yeah, if you can get to 9 mana and get this thing down, your opponent probably loses the game. Right? Like, you have to immediately kill this thing. You're not attacking into a 9/9 flying lifelinker. You're not gonna try and tap it down by sacrificing 3 non-land permanents. Like, you have to immediately kill this thing. And it still kills 3 creatures, or 3 non-land permanents at least. And we haven't seen any way to generate, like, treasure tokens or anything like that. So you have to sacrifice 3 actual things, probably. There are a couple of token generators in white, but, like, 3 actual useful cards that are on the field. This thing just devours if you want to kill it. Yeah. Okay. And then if you can bring this back from your graveyard, like this stuff like this, Valgavoth makes things like this terrifying. Because if you discard your own Valgavoth for whatever, and then for 5 mana bring this back from the dead, what do? You just, oh yeah, I'll tap 5 and bring back my 9/9 flying lifelinker, sacrifice 3 permanents, ward, that means I can play your shit. Like, what do? You just go, oh, sweet, GG, and just shake their hand, right? Like, holy Jesus. Like, I hadn't seen this thing. I knew there was supposed to be another big bad. I guess it was this, and it was this thing. But I haven't actually seen it, but this is just huge and does a lot. And it's hard to remove. This is like all of the best things in you want. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. This is a lot. If you see this card, take this card. This card is insane. Like, you need to build your entire deck around surviving to turn 9 or getting this out before turn 9. But if you do, this thing kills people. This thing just makes people concede. Valgavoth's Faithful is a 1 mana, 1/1. Sacrifice it for 4. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So if you have this in the graveyard and you have one of these on the field, your opponent has to then spend removal on this. Jesus. Okay. Right, yeah. So I understand what we're trying to do here. We are trying to discard cards or mill them or anything like that so that you can get this out for cheaper, because 9 mana is unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Maybe if the format's slow and it's limited, maybe you can get to 9 mana, but like, I wouldn't expect to get to 9 mana every game, especially triple black 9. Right. So yeah, this is a good card.
Spartans!
Hey, SGT Salt, thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. Hey man, how you doing? But yeah, this is good if you have big stuff like Valgavoth in your deck, or the other 6/6 demon, or the other demon that's a 6/6. This will probably do. Vile Mutilator is a 7 mana 6/5. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment. Sure, it's got Flying and Trample, a Flampler. That's scary. And when it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token enchantment, then sacrifices a non-token creature. Holy shit. Have you heard of MTG Set Review? It's a website that I've been working on for set reviews. It's basically a card sideshow like you have, but with cool animations. Sorry about Nightbot. He gets upset. The only thing I have him set up not to do at the moment is let people post links because a lot of people come in here, or a lot of bots come in here trying to post links and all that sort of stuff. But no, I haven't seen MTG Set Review. I mean, it's certainly something I could look into. Fortunately, at the moment, this only takes me like 10 minutes to set up. Cool animations would be nice, but, you know, most of the time I'm just kind of going through the cards and talking about them. But maybe it's something I could have a look at. Thank you for coming in and letting me have a know about it. Or letting me know about it. Right. A Vile Mutilator, by the way, is another card you want to bring back with your return creature stuff. Because then you don't have to do the additional cost thing. So, just sacrificing a creature or an enchantment for this thing. Like, to be fair, sacrificing a creature or an enchantment for this thing isn't that bad, because it is a 6/5 Flampler, which is terrifying. That also still blows up two... Yeah, that blows up an enchantment and a creature. But bringing it back from the graveyard so that you don't have to sacrifice anything for it. I mean, to be fair, you still have to sacrifice this Faithful. I suppose this Faithful works either way. Either you sacrifice it to pay for this thing, or you sacrifice it to return this thing. Either way doesn't really matter. But yeah, so Vile Mutilator, I like. Black has got a lot of big things this set. Like Valgavoth, the Overlord, where the fuck is the Doomsday Excruciator, whatever this thing is. There are a lot of very big black cards. I mean, Meat Hook Massacre also costs an absolute bomb, but I don't think it's worth what it costs. So yeah, being able to bring cards back with things like Valgavoth. I think Valgavoth Faithful is going up in value every time I see a new big black thing. So I don't know. I think I'd be getting as many of these as I could possibly stuff into a deck. Winter's Intervention is 2 mana. It deals 2 damage to target creature and you gain 2 life. Sure, this is fine. This is completely fine. Withering Torment is 3 mana. Destroy target creature or enchantment. You lose 2 life. I mean, I'll take it. It's another destroy spell, so black has got a decent number of these. They also don't have a 2 mana destroy spell, which is interesting. Usually black has 2 mana destroy just about everything on the planet. So the fact that they're not giving them one this set, from what I can tell, is quite nice, actually, because it means maybe you'll actually be able to play creatures starting turn 2 and onwards. Or between turn 2 and 3. We're on to red. Okay, what did I think of black? They don't have as much really good removal. They still have a good amount of removal. Like, this is removal, this is removal. They still have a decent amount of removal. But it's not like 2 mana destroy anything like a couple of the previous sets have got. The main thing they seem to be trying to do is cheating in enormous things. Which I'm fine with. Unless, like, your opponent has Leyline of the Void and then you're super depressed. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to get stuff into your graveyard, and if you get, like, Valgavoth Terror Eater into your graveyard, and then start reanimating it with Valgavoth's Faithful, your opponent's just going to lose. Same with the Vile Mutilator, same with the 6/6 Flying Demon. Like, if you've got ways to bring this shit back, your opponent's going to have to exile the card from your graveyard, or just exile it in general, and I don't know if we've seen... I think white has a single exile card. But yeah, also, the Valgavoth is terrifying. What was the last giant flying lifelink demon they got? Hey, Quirks, how you doing? I'm glad you're doing well, buddy. I'm doing good. I'm just still looking at Magic. What was Is it Gristlebrand? Gristlebrand was the 9/9 flying lifelink demon that whenever you did something, you get to draw cards or something crazy or whatever. This is like the new Gristlebrand, I guess, and it is fucking enormous. That is a very scary card, and it is very cool. Anyway, let's start on red. And we are starting with the Bedhead Beastie, which is a 6... Damn, he looks strong. Is he the best? I mean, it certainly looks like the best black card. Like, it is just massive and does a lot of things. So I think it's probably the best card, best black card. Certainly, maybe the best card in the set so far. Or it's definitely the best card in the set so far. Maybe the best in the whole set. I don't know. Right. Anyway, the Bedhead Beastie is a... When's Pokemon? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Pokemon. We'll be continuing. So we're on Soul Silver, and we're on to the second set of gym leaders. So we're working our way through those. But yeah, so Bedhead Beastie is a 6 mana 5/6. I mean, this is the mountain cycling card. This has Menace, so again, it's kind of okay. But Heart Gold. No, we did Soul Silver because we did Gold. The Gold is the one I had played before. We caught Ho-Oh and we'd done the Gold. So we're doing Soul Silver. And I look forward to seeing you, buddy. But yeah, this card... I mean, you take it for the mountain cycling, but it's nothing exciting. Menace is not as good as flying. It's probably better than the Ward, or... It's not as good as the Vigilance, I don't think. Maybe it is. It's better for attacking than the Vigilance. Well... Vigilance can block, so you can attack freely. I don't know. I mean, it's a big dude. Sure, whatever. It's got mountain cycling, so you can always just put it in your graveyard for other things. Betrayer's Bargain. 2 mana. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment, or pay 2. Okay. Betrayer's Bargain deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Okay, so this is 4 mana, deal 5, or 2 mana, sack something, deal 5. That's not bad. And it exiles the target? That's not bad at all. I think this is pretty good. Depending on if you have, you know, stuff to sack to it, or if you have the mana to pay for it, I think this is fine. I think this is pretty good as removal goes for red, at least. Boiler Bilge's Ripper. Okay. Is a 5 mana 4/4, and when it enters, you may sacrifice another creature or enchantment. When you do, it deals 2 damage to any target. Okay. So is this Red's thing? They want you to sacrifice stuff. Is this what Red's doing? Okay. Sure. Maybe red and black, you do some sort of sacrificey deck. A 5 mana 4/4 stat's not great, but dealing 2 damage to any target, you can just pick off something small. Not awful. You'd have to sacrifice something though, so you need a way to generate little dudes to sacrifice. So Chainsaw. Okay. 2 mana. When Chainsaw enters, it deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature. Okay, so it's Lightning Strike on an equipment. Sure. When 1 or more creatures die, put a rev counter on Chainsaw. So it immediately gets 1 because it pings something for 3, I assume. Equipped creature gets +X/+O, where X is the number of rev counters on Chainsaw. Okay. This is pretty good, right? I think. It's an artifact that's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger the longer it's on the field watching things die. And if you're doing sacrifice as well, or you're fine with your own creatures dying, you just like equip this to a small creature. I think in limited this is really good as well. Like it's a lightning strike, which is good removal. 2 mana, just kill something. More like an abrade, I suppose, because it's only target creatures. But, you know, comes in, destroys a creature, gets a rev counter. You equip it onto a creature, that creature only gets +1/+0. Start swinging with it. If your opponent does block it, this gets another rev counter. If both creatures die, this gets 2 rev counters. Next creature gets +3/+0. Now it's really starting to hurt. Now your opponent has to block it. Again, both creatures die. This goes up to being a 5/5/0. Equip it to a creature. Now your opponent's struggling because this eats anything that blocks it. Like, yeah, I think this is a good card. Especially in limited, because people probably won't have a way to destroy this. So you can kind of just sit there and grow it and start putting it onto crappy creatures you don't care about and just eating them into your opponent's face. I like this card. Oh. Card Foyer. 4 mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Sure. Warped Space for 6. Once each turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a spell you cast from exile. Okay. Okay. So, I think the Charred Foyer is too expensive. Like, 4 mana to do nothing, but then next turn you get an extra card off the top of your library, but only that turn. I think it's too expensive. But it is good. And if you get to the 6 mana and open up Warped Space, this card reads, draw and play a free card every turn. Or exile a card and play it for free every turn. How good is that? Depends what you've got. If you're playing red-black and you discard the giant moth guy, Valgaroth or whatever, congratulations, Warp Space just won you the game. But if you exile 4 lands in a row and you get to play 4 lands for free, sure, that's sweet. That did nothing. So again, I'm not sure if this is super good in limited. I'm gonna give it a sure. Maybe this is good. Clockwork Percussionist. Okay. 1 mana for a 1/1 with haste. When it dies, exile top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. Sure. 1/1 with haste. When it dies, does something. Great. Like it. Perfect. Cursed Recording. 4 mana for an artifact. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a time counter on Cursed Recording. Then, if there are 7 or more time counters on it, remove those counters and it deals 20 damage to you. What? Tap, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose 2 targets for the copy. This is bad and limited. Right, because it only interacts with instants or sorcery spells, which is already not good in limited because you want mostly creatures. And this is kind of just a way to kill yourself unless you have a bunch of... Like, you might get to the point where you just can't cast any more spells. I don't like this in limited. Maybe in standard or constructed or something, it's really good. But in limited, no. Diversion Specialist. Okay. A 4 mana, 4/3 with Menace. You can sacrifice another creature or enchantment, exile top card library. You may play it this turn. Okay. I mean, 4 mana, 4/3 is fine with Menace. That's good, even. And sacrifice something shitty or something that's about to die. You get to play the card from the top of your... You may get to exile top card of your library and play it this turn. Sure. Not terrible. Like, I don't mind that at all. It's a good way to use up stuff that's going to die on a block or that your opponent's trying to blow up. So, yeah, it's fun. Enduring Courage is a 4-mana 3/3. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/+0 and gains haste. Haste? That could be dangerous. When it dies, it comes back as an enchantment. Yeah. This is good, I think. I mean, it has to be, right? Every creature you play after this is +2/+0 and haste. This has to be. Even if you're just going to yeet them at your opponent's face. Like, your opponent needs to have stuff that's way bigger than what you're throwing at him for this to not be good. Right? 2/2 is a 4/2. 3/3 is a 5/3. Just play them swing, and your opponent just has to put stuff on in front of the bus. This has to be good. I think this has to be good. Limited, it has to be good, right? It just has to be. I think in standard, this is probably good, right? Maybe, nah, because it's 4 mana. Maybe it's too expensive for red. Maybe red doesn't give a shit about anything above 4 mana. Above 3 mana, even. But, like, bro, this has to be. Fear of Being Hunted is a 3 mana 4/2 with haste that must be blocked if able. Like the idea, my only problem with this is it's just going to get blocked by a 2/2 and die. I think it just ends up running into a 2/2 and exploding. Which is sad. But if you do get this down and you do start to actually crack your opponent, that's pretty good. And if they only have one creature, they have to block this, so maybe it's worth it, but like Fear of Burning Alive. 6 mana 4/4. When it enters, it deals 4 damage to each opponent. Okay. And with Delirium, whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to opponent, if there are 4 or more card types on cards, Fear of Burning Alive deals that amount of damage to target creature that player controls. Okay. I was going to say I would prefer if this was 4 damage to a creature. But it is. So, for 6 mana, this is a 4/4 that deals 4 damage to your opponent and 4 damage to a creature they control, as long as you have Delirium, which by this point you probably should have. There will be at least a creature. Hopefully, you'll have put use an instant or sorcery spell by now. Hopefully one of each. And then all you need is like land, artifact, enchantment, creature, anything like that. So, yeah, this is 4 damage to your opponent, 4 damage to a creature, and it's a 4/4. It's understated, but I think that's fine. And they also have to deal with it, because if they don't, you could just start bolting, or if there is more damage spells that you can throw at face, you could just start throwing shit at their face and non-combat, like burn spells and shit at their face. And when they take damage, it just starts blowing up their creatures as well. So I think this is a good card. It depends how good burn spells are, especially like how many of them there are, because obviously if it's limited, if you don't have enough spells, then this is kind of dookie. But I think it can be good. Fear of Missing Out. FOMO! 2 mana for a 2/3, and when it enters, discard a card, then draw a card. Sounds fine to me. Delirium. Whenever Fear of Missing Out attacks for the first time each turn, if there are more than 4 card types, untap target creature. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase. This is good. So, the 2 mana for a 2/3, already good. Or, fine. Discarding a card and drawing a card, that's also good because you get to discard the card and then draw the card. That's what red does. That's fine. The Delirium, if you actually have it triggered by turn 3 or 4, is 2 combat phases to punch your opponent in the face a turn. Which, assuming you're ahead on board, is gross. Again, is this that good in Limited? I think just being a 2-mana 2/3 that discards a card and draws a card makes it just good enough. I think you're fine having this card in your deck. You're happy about it. And then the Delirium probably just pushes it over the top to be a really good card. I think. Oh! Glassworks. When you unlock this door, this room deals 4 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, so 3 mana for 4 damage to a creature. Shattered Yard. 5 mana. At the beginning of your end step, this room deals 1 damage to each opponent. I don't hate that. Like, again, you're probably just playing this for Glassworks. 4 damage to target creature. It's removal, so you're probably just playing it. And then Shattered Yard is just okay. Maybe it pings those last couple of points of damage you need to get your opponent over the threshold of being dead. So, I don't mind either of these. Again, not the best room by far, but certainly playable. Just because Glassworks is about average cost. So yeah, I think that's fine. Grab the prize. 2 mana. As this will cost to cast a spell, discard a card. Draw 2 cards. If the discarded card wasn't a land, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Sure. Discard a card. Draw 2. Is like on a card like this is very regularly in red. Usually they'll discard lands, so this wouldn't do anything extra, but if you don't discard a land, this does do 2 damage. Maybe that matters. I don't know. Hand that feeds. This looks cool. 2 mana for a 2/2 with Delirium. Whenever hand that feeds attacks, well, there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard. It becomes a 4/2 with Menace. Not bad. I think you're fine having one of these in your deck. 1 or 2. Nice little early attacker. When you've got Delirium, it's actually a problem to deal with. Yeah, not bad. Impossible Inferno. 5 mana to deal 6 damage to target creature. And Delirium, if there are more than 4 cards, exile the top card of your library, you may pay it until the end of your next turn. I mean, 5 mana for 6 damage, probably fine, kills most things. I think the only thing it doesn't kill is the Blue Shark and Valgavoth or whatever. I'll take that. Yeah, that's not bad. Like, again, it's removal. We like removal. We take removal. Infernal Phantom. 4 mana for a 2/3. Eerie. Whenever enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. What do I think? It's very overpriced. 4 mana for a 2/3. But if your opponent leaves it for a turn, and then you play 2 enchantment, or 1 enchantment and unlock a room, you can do for 5. Or 4. More for 5. And then swing. This thing is a 6/3 that if either chunks your opponent for 6 in the face, or if they block it and it dies, probably trades with whatever blocked it, or kills whatever blocked it, and then also blows up something else or shoots your opponent in the face for 6 anyway. Like, this is one where I'm like, there's a lot of setup, but if you do, it's not bad. I'm just not sure if the setup is likely to happen in them. I don't know. I'll give this like an because I think you could make this like almost lethal. But, well, I don't know. Aren't there like a bunch of cheap buff spells, or at least there's one good cheap buff spell that I know about in this set as well. So, I don't know. I'm gonna say this is overpriced, but maybe it's really good. That's why it's maybe it's irrelevant. Oh, irreverent gremlin. Sorry. 2 mana for a 2/2 with menace, and whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Only once each turn. Why'd you have to stick that on the end? This is fine. If you're doing white-red aggro, this is the card you want. Like, every turn you're hoping to play something 2 or less for the white 2 or less deck, so this just... Laying Line of Resonance. This is a card that I actually saw a whole video about. Because it could be absolutely terrifying. So, I think in Limited, this card sucks. Alright, I want to say that now. In Limited, this card probably just sucks. I don't think you get the critical mass of creatures that are good when buffed, good buff spells, and this, I just don't think you get there in Limited. However, in Standard, there are currently at least three different variations of 1-mana creatures that do stuff when targeted with spells, and at least 3 1-mana spells that give +3/+0. The combination of this with those means you can kill your opponent on turn 2. So the main one that was explained in the video was there's the Scamp, a 1/1 golem thing that has when it attacks and deals damage, you can sacrifice it to proliferate, and it deals damage equal to its power to any target when it dies. That's the point. That's the one you need. That deals damage equal to its power when it dies. There's at least 3 of those in Standard at the moment, I think, if I remember correctly. So what you do is you play that card on turn 1. This is out because it begins on the battlefield. On turn 2, you play 2 monstrous growths that give +3/+0, +3/+0, so that's +6. So it goes from being a 1/1 to... right. So you play the first one, it doubles. Right? So that's +6/+0. The second one, another +6/+0, right? So your 1/1 goes to being 12 at least. Monstrous actually puts it up to 13 and gives it trample. Then you swing with it, and then if the creature dies, it just does 13 damage anyway, especially with the Scamp. Like, the Scamp is 13 damage, sacrifice it for populate, 13 damage, you're dead. Right? Like 26 damage turn 2. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell that targets only a single creature you control, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Yeah. Because it's a 1/1. You cast the first one, which gets copied, so that's 6, because it's +3/+0. Then you cast the second one, which gets copied, so that's 6, +3/+0. The 1/1 goes to being a 13/1. Hits your opponent, they go down to 7, you sacrifice it, hits them for 13, they're dead. -26 turn 2. So, there is a chance this card is fucking terrifying and absolutely rules Standard. But I don't know. Again, I was watching a YouTube video. Someone else much smarter and much better at Magic than me that has already seen this card was explaining what it can do and how dangerous it can be, and I was worried. So we'll have to wait and see, because there's Heartfire Hero, which is the 1/1 mouse that whenever you target it gets a +1/+1 counter and deals its damage when it dies. There's the Scamp that does it, and there is a third creature that does it as well. I'm not sure what the third one is, but I'm pretty sure there's a third one that does damage equal to its power when it dies. So yeah, there's a number of 1-mana red creatures that can make this thing pop off, and a number of 1-mana red spells. One of which is in this set. It's called like Inside Out or something. Turn Inside Out, which it triggers this effect. Like, it is terrifying what this card can do, and we'll have to see if it actually works. Most Valuable Slayer. Okay. 4 mana for a 2/4, understated. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Not terrible, I think. Like, that's fine. Yeah. It's not great. Again, like, first strike is one of the better attacking keywords, and this is just whenever you attack, the creature specifically doesn't need to attack. It can be any creature. So this is not awful, but it's also, you know, you're not writing home about it, or you're not flipping out because you've got one of these in your deck. It's just it's fine. Norin Swift Survivalist. Because it doesn't need to attack. Yeah, that's why. Whenever you attack, yeah. So any creature can attack, and it gets this effect. But you know, it's not game breaking. It's just, you know, it's fine. Norin Swift Survivalist is a 1-mana 2/1 that can't block, and whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile this turn. What? Okay, so it's a 2/1 that can't block, and you swing it, and your opponent blocks it. You just exile it. You replay it. I guess if you've got a bunch of enter the battlefield effects, this allows you to just re-trigger them a lot. Yeah, this is probably pretty good. It looks weird, and my brain was a bit confused by it, but I think this is pretty good. Yeah. The reason it can't block is so that this creature, you can't, like, attack with it, exile it, return it as a free blocker. But I think this works with, like, enter the battlefield effects and stuff. No, it's whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile. So, yeah. It's this one. It's this one as well. Alright, see you later, Lee. Thank you for coming and saying hey. So yeah, this is good with a bunch of enter the battlefield effects, I think. Or if you want to play stuff from exile, which red did like a little while ago, yeah. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. Okay, is a 6-mana 5/5, impending 4/4. Okay. When Overlord of the Boiler Bridges enters or attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target. This is one of the better ones. So, I still think the white one's the best. So the white one was you make dudes. Flying dudes as well, so that's really good. The blue one was draw cards, or whatever. The black one was mill and return stuff to your hand. Or was it to the battlefield? I think it was hand. I don't remember. Maybe we should go back and find out. Was it hand? Go check. Oh, this is going to take a while. I need to remember. Yeah, to your hand. I suppose graveyard would be absolutely nuts. So I think this is second best. I think best one is the flying creatures, because extra dudes is always good. Then it's this, 4 damage to any target. Then it's the black one mill to get cards back into your hand, and then it's the blue one to draw cards. And yeah, this card is very good. I mean, you play this for 6. It's 6 mana, 5/5, instantly blow up a creature. If your opponent doesn't kill it, next turn, swing, blow up something else. Or 4 damage to your opponent's face. Bam, 4 damage to your opponent's face. They've taken 8 before this thing even gets in. This thing is really good. Yeah. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. That card is good. Right. Painter's Studio. When you unlock this door, or when you play it, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them until the end of your next turn. Sure. And Defaced Gallery. Whenever you attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Defaced Gallery is good. I like Defaced Gallery. I think you take this for Defaced Gallery. You play Defaced Gallery, so all of your attacking creatures just get stronger. And the Painter's Studio, you just unlock at some point when you've got some spare mana. But yeah, Defaced Gallery, that's the one you're picking this card for. This is also another decent room. Like, just an enchantment that says whenever you attack, all of your attacking creatures get +1/+0 is really good. 2 mana, Piggy Bank. 2 mana for a 3/2. Not bad. When it dies, create a treasure token. Not bad. Yeah. I'm fine with this. If we're doing sacrifice stuff, whatever, this is good. Pyroclasm. 2 mana, 2 damage to each creature. I think this has been a card before. I think this is a reprint, and I don't remember if the card was good, but this is probably decent. I mean, it literally probably just wipes White's board. I don't know. Like, again, board wipes are always going to be something where they're probably worth picking up just because you're the one that gets to control them. So this is probably pretty good in limited. Ragged Playmate is a 2 mana 2/2 toy that has tap 1 and tap it. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. A good way to get your early white creatures in with the stuff that like grows and all that. This could be good in the 2 power or less card. 2 power or less deck. Yeah, I think that's a good card. I thought it was going to be give something haste, but no, can't be blocked. This is pretty good. Rampaging Soul Rager, a 3 mana 1/4. It gets +3/+0 as long as there are 2 or more unlocked doors among rooms you control. 3 mana 4/4 if you have some cheap rooms. This is probably good. If you've got some cheap rooms, you're probably fine running a couple of these. Because it's a 3 mana 4/4 if you've got some cheap rooms out. Like, you could have Defaced Gallery twice. Because these aren't unique. Or you could have Defaced Gallery, Painter's Studio unlocked, and then on turn 4 you're playing this as a 4/4. Not bad. Razorkin Hordecaller is a 5 mana 4/4 with haste, and whenever it attacks, it creates a 1/1. Yeah, I don't mind this. I mean, it's a bit overpriced for its stats, but if you're putting it down and swinging with it, you probably either are happy with whatever's going to have to get underneath it to trade, or you just really care about the 1/1 gremlin creature token. But yeah, token generators and like this are generally pretty good in limited. And, you know, this has haste, so you can swing with it the first turn. It's not like you play it and your opponent knows you've got a creature. They're going to need 4 damage to block this thing on the turn you attack. If they've just got, like, 2 2/2s and a 1/1, you just play this, swing, and they go, fuck, I have to sacrifice the 2/2s, don't I? Because I don't want you swinging twice with this and making more. So, yeah, it's pretty good. I think this is fine, at least. Razorkin... Is this another Razorkin? Oh, okay. Razorkin Needlehead is a 2 mana 2/2 that has first strike on your turn. Nice. And whenever an opponent draws a card, it deals 1 damage to them. Nice. Yeah, I like this card. This card's good. It's a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike, so you're quite happy to start swinging it because it's probably going to beat just about everything. And whenever your opponent draws a card, it's going to start pinging them. So it's going to slowly whittle them down. And even if you can't swing with this, you just leave it there. It just starts pinging your opponent. Your opponent has to kill this thing or they're going to die eventually. So, yeah, I like this. Good card. Ripchain Razorkin is a 4-mana 5/3 with reach that has sacrifice a land, draw a card. So there was a card like this, a giant, I think, that was about the same mana, had different stats, but had the tap 3, sacrifice a land, draw a card. It's actually really good. Because in Limited, you're going to get to a point where you'll just have, like, you're going to have 16, 17 lands in your deck. You don't need more than, like, 8. Unless you've got Valgavoth in your deck, and then maybe you go up to 9. But short of that, you've got, like, 7 or 8 lands that you just don't need. So you just eat them to draw cards. So, yeah, this is probably, you probably want at least one of these in your red deck. The Roller Crusher Ride. Okay. 3 mana and X. Delirium. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player, while there are 4 or more card types, it deals double that damage instead. Okay. And when the Roller Crusher Ride enters, deals X damage to each of up to X target creatures. So for 4 mana, it's 1 damage to 1 target. For 5 mana, it's 2 damage to 2 targets. For 6 mana, it's 3 damage to 3 targets. And if that's doubled, 6 damage to 3 targets on turn 3 is probably getting very close to clearing essentially whatever your opponent would consider their board. Like, they might have like a 2/2 and a 1/1 left after that, but yeah, this is good. I think this has to be really good, right? Like for 6, 7 mana, you can just blow up an entire board from your opponent. Yeah. It's not quite a one-sided board sweeper, but it gets pretty fucking close. And because it's only a single X, it's not going to be like super expensive to do everything. It just costs, you know, like I'd say 6 is good. 6 mana, 3 creatures, probably dealing 6 damage to each of 3 creatures. Good. Probably good enough. Scorching Dragonfire. 2 mana. Deals 3 damage to creature or planeswalker. Then exile. Yeah, I think we've seen this card before. It's good. It's removal. Cool. Oh, this is also removal, so I should just say this is good. I was worried about how much it costs, but yeah, it's removal, so good. This removal is good. Screaming Nemesis. Okay. A 3 mana 3/3 with haste. Whenever Screaming Nemesis is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. What? So we just right. So they just released the set with the white black bats in, and everyone went, man, white black bats with life gain is really good. So they print this and just say, yeah, on turn 3 you can't. What the hell? Jesus. I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/3 with haste, so it's probably good. And the second effect is just either bonkers or just good. So, because you swing with this as a 3 mana 3/3 with haste, your opponent blocks it with a 3/3, both die. This does 3 damage to something else and kills another creature. If you're up against a life gain deck, you swing with this, they block it, both 3/3s die, you deal 3 damage to them, they can't gain life at all for the rest of the game. Your opponent, if they're a life gain deck, they just have to not block this and pray that you don't have a way to deal it damage. Because if you deal it damage, or it blocks, or does anything, like, they're just screwed. Holy shit, this card is crazy. Ticket booth for 3. When you unlock this door, manifest dread. Kind of expensive for manifesting dread, but sure. Tunnel of Hate for 6 mana. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gains double strike until. Bit pricey. I don't know if I'd run this. I mean, it's 3 mana for a 2/2. I think that's how much you paid in the blue one, though, isn't it? And I said maybe that's playable. I can't remember what the other side of it was. Maybe this is okay. Maybe this is fine. Yeah, again, I don't think it's the worst. The worst is still that blue win condition door that was, or room that was awful. But I'm not, you're not writing home about it. The double strike is nice, but it costs 6, so, and it's only 1 target attacking creatures. Vial of Agony, 1 mana. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by the same player. That player chooses one of those creatures. Vial of Agony deals 5 damage to that creature, and the other can't block this turn. This is good. Yeah, this is good. This is like removal with upside for 1 mana. This is good. 5 damage for 1 mana? Yeah. This is good. There's not a lot that's going to survive the 5 damage. So it's probably killing 1 creature. And the other creature isn't blocking this turn anyway, so you can still swing. Yeah. Good card. I like this one. Turn Inside Out. Here's the card. So it's 1 mana to give target creature +3/+0 until end of turn, and when it dies this turn, manifest dread. So yeah, with that scamp thing, either it is lethal, or when the scamp kills itself or sacrifices itself, and you ping your opponent, they're probably on like 4 health, and you get to manifest dread twice. So you get 4 power off of a 1/1 dying, and this, like, it's just it's crazy. Yeah. So in limited, this card is probably fine. Again, I don't like combat tricks usually because they're an easy way to get yourself 2 for 1. But I mean, this card could be good. Untimely Malfunction. 2 mana to destroy target artifact, change the target of target spell or ability with a single target, or 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn. I'm not too fussed about this card. I don't think I'd pick it in limited. Maybe it has some interesting use cases, or maybe there's some artifacts that you really need to blow up, but I'm not too interested in this card. Vengeful Possession. 3 mana, gain control, it gains haste. You may discard a card. Okay, this is another gain control of a creature until end of turn, it gains haste. Red has these in every single set. Sure. They usually aren't very good. Sometimes they win you the game. That is the peak, and that is the minimum. They either do nothing, or they win you the game. That's kind of it. Vicious Clown. A 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, this gets bigger. Okay. So this is just another one for the 2 power stuff. It is fine. A good attacker, but it stops doing anything. Like, it doesn't get any effects with its power 2 or less stuff after something else enters. But, I mean, it's big enough to attack, so who cares? Violent Urge. 1 mana. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike. And then Delirium, that creature gains double strike. Okay. I mean, this is another combat trick, and I don't really like combat tricks because they're good ways to get yourself 2 for 1. But this gives, like, first strike is one of the better combat buffs. And double strike is just really good, and means this whatever you put this on probably trades with anything. So yeah, probably pretty good. If you've got Delirium, this is really good. If you don't, this is fine. Waltz of Rage. Okay, 5 mana, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. Till end of turn, whenever a creature you control dies, exile the top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. Okay, so this is my creature go boom. So you target your own creature and it just smashes everything. All your opponent's cards, all your own cards. But for every card you have that dies, you get the top card of your library. I mean, red board clear, kind of, maybe, if you've got the biggest creature. Hey, if you manage to get this on a creature that has lifelink as well, you heal for all of that. That would be crazy. I don't know how good this is. Maybe it's great. Again, you have to have the biggest creature, or at least tied for the biggest. So, I don't know. But, I mean, not bad. It's just, it's not as good as just, you know, deal this much damage to each creature. It is, if you have the biggest creature, and if your opponent doesn't destroy spell it in response to you casting this, you get to wipe the board and get a bunch of cards off the top of your library for every creature you add that died. So, there's a bit of ifs, buts, and maybes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It just... Alright, that's it for our first set of cards. So, let's do this. There you go. So, this is 166, this is 165. Yes, so this is the start of the green. We are going to take a break again. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to get some more drink. My throat is starting to kill me. So, yeah, I might take a few minutes. So, until then, be right back. Excuse me? What the hell is this? What just happened? These were not here last time. Fuck it. Grilled nuka steak. The Enclave? What? No. Orders eliminate me? What?
Did anyone catch the game last night?
Oh no! Whoa! Oh! I thought my game just absolutely crashed out. What the fuck was that? Okay. It was scarecrow poison, it had to be. But what the fuck? So, should we... Right, are we going in with the combat shotgun equipped, or are we just walking in like this? Do we just walk in fat man on shoulder, ready to throw down? And we're back, chat. How's everybody doing? Are we ready to get into green? Well, first of all, I guess I should say, what did I think of red? Red was interesting. Because there seemed to be a bunch of other themes. I'm not sure. Did red... I suppose red had exile cards from the top of their library. But that's more of a supportive mechanic. I think maybe red's like a supportive color, maybe. I mean, they did have the really big... But like this is obviously good with the white 2-mana stuff. I mean, to be fair, the Screaming Nemesis, I forgot, that was just really good. There's a bunch of removal. and making tokens and rooms. But apart from this, which is just an absolute game winner by itself, there wasn't really any like particularly insane game winner cards, not that I could tell. I don't know. I certainly think like red, black, and red, white could be an interesting color combination. I guess we'll have to look at the multicolor cards when they come around, won't we? But for now, green, my favorite color. Right, so the first card is Altanak the Thrice Called, and it's 7 mana 9/9 with Trample. I'm all about this already. Like, I am all in. Whenever Altanak becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. That's always nice. And you can 2 mana, discard it, return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This is good. Like, that's a great card. I would love to have at least 1 copy of that in my deck. Probably 2, because I'd probably be discarding the first one. Yeah. That's a really, really nice little card. Anthropede is a 4 mana, 3/4 with reach. And when it enters, you may discard a card or pay 2. When you do, destroy target room. Interesting. So there are ways to destroy rooms. Okay. I mean, it's a 4 mana 3/4 with reach. I'd say that's very average. But there are a lot of rooms. And being able to destroy a room, I mean, if your opponents put like 8, 9 mana into a room and you just... That's going to be really annoying. It doesn't have flash though, so you wouldn't be able to do it in response to them doing it. Balustrade Worm. A 5 mana 5/5 that can't be countered. Ooh, I'm listening. And then it's got Trample and Haste. And then for 4, if you have Delirium, you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on. Yeah. Yeah, I like this card. I like this card a lot. 5 mana for a 5/5 Trample and Haste. And blue decks can't do anything about it. It's just going to come and beat their ass. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all for this. Black deck kills it. Doesn't matter. Comes back next turn. As long as you have Delirium, I suppose. But hopefully in this set you have. Yeah, I like this. I like a lot of these cards. I always like green. I always like green. Bashful Beastie. 5 mana, 5/4, that when it dies, manifests red. Sure. Not great. Like, it's average stats, but it does something when it dies. Not terrible. Again, this is probably the most meh card we've seen in green, but... Sure. Break Down the Door. 4 mana. Exile target artifact, exile target enchantment, or manifest dread. So, there hasn't been a massive amount of really dangerous artifacts apart from Chainsaw. But, all of the rooms being enchantments, this is good. And manifest dread, so if you just don't think you're going to need it at the end of your opponent's turn, make a 2/2. Also good. I think this is actually better than most, because enchantments could be such a big deal in this. Cathartic Parting. 2 mana for the owner of target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls shuffles it into their library. You may shuffle up to 4 target cards from your graveyard into your library. Again, usually I'd be like, why would I take enchantment or artifact removal? There's a lot of enchantments in this set. Enchantment creatures, rooms, just straight enchantments and artifacts. This could be good. Cautious Survivor. A 4 mana 4/4 that, if it survives, you gain 2 life. Sure. Is that Diamond? Hey Diamond, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. This is fine. It's got average stats for the cost, and you gain 2 life whenever it's tapped on your second main phase. I think this is fine. Do I play Commander? I didn't for a long time, but recently I've been getting into it again with my partner and his mum and dad. But we've only got like some basic, crappy, cheap Commander decks, pre-con Commander decks. So, yes, but not well. Coordinated Clobbering. 1 mana for a sorcery. Tap 1 or 2 target untapped creatures you control. They each deal damage equal to their power to target creature and opponent control. I mean, this is green removal, right? Green removal's good. We like removal. So, yeah. I'll take it. Green removal. I don't like that you have to tap the creatures to do it, but it is only 1 mana, so cool. And it's not a fight, it's deal damage, so yeah, pretty good. Cryptid Inspector. A 2 mana 2/3 with vigilance. Whenever a face down permanent you control enters, and whenever Cryptid Inspector or another permanent you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on Cryptid Inspector. So whenever you manifest Dread or flip a permanent face up, this gets bigger. This could be pretty good. Like, it's hard to know because I don't know how much manifest Dread there will be. But this could grow out of hand quite quickly, right? Because there's no limit. So if you manifest Dread 3 times, this gets 3 +1/+1 counters. And that's just manifesting Dread. That's not, you know, actually flipping things face up. I think this is pretty good. Or could be good in a manifest Dread deck, at least. Defiant Survivor is a 3 mana 3/2 with survival at the beginning of your second main phase if it's tapped manifest Dread. Okay. Again, this is a 3 mana... Well, this is a 3 mana 3/2, right? So the first time this is going to be swinging is on turn 4. And if your opponent can't block a 3/2 on turn 4 and kill it, they're probably either beating your ass or already so far behind it doesn't really matter. I don't know. I mean, this is probably fine. I feel like this comes down and you swing with it in the following turn and your opponent just goes, cool, 2/2. And then you get nothing out of it. Unless you have a way to tap this for a different reason. Which you could do. There were some white stuff that like gave Convoke and things. Maybe white-green can do Convoke stuff and cheat this survival crap. Oh. Here's how you cheat it. Enduring Vitality is a 3 mana 3/3 with vigilance, and creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. And when this dies, it comes back as an enchantment, so everything just have creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. So this is how you cheat. You tap all your creatures in your first main phase to play a bunch of cards. All your survival creatures. And then in your second main phase, all of their survival things trigger, and then you actually use your mana to play cards as well. Unless you want to attack. But, I mean, surely with that much, like, you with all of your creatures being tapped for mana, you could just do, like, insane value things. I don't know. But Enduring Vitality, I like this card. I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/3 with Vigilance. That's already good. And then it also has creatures you control have tap to add 1 mana of any color, which is good. And then if it dies, it just doesn't. So you have to use 2 pieces of removal on this, one of them being enchantment removal. I suppose Exile. Exile works, but like... Bro. Yeah, this card's good. Very good. Limited and standard, probably. Very good. Well, is it a bit slow for standard? I don't know, because standard is weird, right? Because I look at this card and I go, yeah, but it dies to everything. But then my brain goes, yeah, that's good. When it dies, it just comes back as an enchantment, and then people don't have enchantment removal, right? Like, black doesn't have cheap exile. Black has cheap destroy. So if you go up against a black deck and you're just playing a bunch of green, and you play this, and your opponent goes, cool, destroy it, and you go, sweet, comes back. What do? You go, oh shit. Fair enough. I suppose you're probably not keeping creatures on the board anyway, because you're just blowing them all up, but... Oh. Yeah, I think this is good. Fear of Exposure. A 3-mana 5/4. As an additional cast to cost the spell, tap 2 untapped creatures and or lands you control, and it has trample. This is good. Again, this is another way to trigger your survivals. Right? First main phase, you play this. Tap. You know, this and this. Second main phase, gain 2 life, manifest dread. And you have a 5/4. I don't mind this. It's pretty good. Yeah. Flesh Borrower. Ooh. 2 mana for a 2/2 Death Touch. Whenever it attacks, another type creature you control gains Death Touch. So this specifically has to attack itself, which makes it a little bit worse. But it is just a 2/2 with Death Touch, right? So you can just keep this on the defense if you're not going to be attacking with it. Or maybe you just attack with this and something else and give that thing Death Touch and you don't really care about them dying. I don't know. But yeah. I think just as a 2-mana 2/2 with Death Touch, this is good. Because then you can kill anything that's smaller than it or eat one giant thing and it just dies. Like, small Death Touch creatures are still like a massive problem because people don't want to spend removal on them, but they can't swing into them. So, Frantic. Sorry, Frantic Strength. 3 mana, flash. Enchanted creature has +2/+2 and has trample. I mean, it has flash, so this is probably good. Again, I don't like enchantments because they're the fastest way to get yourself 2 for 1. But it having flash makes this a little bit better, at least. I still probably wouldn't take it, but not awful. I'm not a big fan of enchantments because I feel like your creature just gets blown up when you try and put it on all of the fucking time. Grasping Longneck. Jesus, that thing looks creepy. A 3 mana 4/2 with reach, and when it dies, you gain 2 life. Okay. Fine. Again, nothing to write home about. But, I mean, a 3 mana 4/2 with reach. Sure. Blocks most flyers, or I think it kills most flyers in the set. I think we've seen a 5. I mean, obviously, Valgaboth is a 9/9, but we're not counting that. There's a couple of big demons with flying as well that it can't do anything about. But there's, like, mostly 3 and 4, 2, 3, 4 toughness flyers that this thing just blocks. Not bad. I'm not excited about it, but I'd probably put like 1 or 2 in my green decks that I have some reach. Okay. Greenhouse. Lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. 4. And for 4 mana, Rickety Gazebo. When you unlock this door, mill 4 cards, then return up to 2 permanent cards from among them to your hand. I mean, maybe you care about the greenhouse part? Maybe? I'm trying to think. Do you care about the greenhouse part? I mean, how many colors are you running? Maybe you just have like 3 copies of this and you're trying to run 5 colored rooms? I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I think the Rickety Gazebo is too expensive. And I think the greenhouse, I don't know why you'd care that much about being able to tap your lands for all mana. Maybe I'm being an idiot, but in limited, I can't see either of these being particularly good. I still don't think it's the worst. I still think that blue room was the worst. But I think this one just isn't useful and limited. So Hauntwood's Shrieker, or Hauntwood's Shrieker, sorry, is a 3-mana 3/3, and whenever it attacks, manifest dread. Nice. And for 2 mana, reveal target face down permanent. If it's a creature, you may turn it face up. That's very good. Okay, this card is very good, I think. It has to be, right? A 3-mana 3/3 is just fine stats. Whenever it attacks, you manifest dread. And because you can do it at any time, you can swing with this, manifest the top 2 cards, put a creature down, pay 2, flip the creature face up, and it could be anything. It could be Valgavoth, and you've just had like a turn 4 Valgavoth, and your opponent just concedes. I mean, again, it could also be a land and does nothing because you saw 2 lands. But I think a 3/3 for 3 that gives you sort of a decent engine and ways to capitalize on it. This has to be a good card. It's not game winning, not by any means, but it's certainly a good card. Hedge Shredder, okay, is a vehicle, a 4-mana 5/5, and when it attacks, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever 1 or more land cards are put into the graveyard, your graveyard from your library, put them onto the battlefield tapped. Okay. So this is a good way to mill yourself out in limited. I mean, it is a 4-mana 5/5. Maybe I'm talking out my ass. Maybe it's just big enough. And it's only crew 1 as well, so you can just crew it with like a random token, a 1/1 token. And you don't have to mill, so you're not going to mill. You don't necessarily mill yourself out, but like, I mean, I guess it's like super ramp. Maybe this is good. Maybe if you're playing like black, green, and like I said, ramping to some of the super expensive black stuff, maybe this is crazy. Maybe this is really good. Maybe I'm talking out my ass. Maybe this is really good. Because it's just a 5/5 whenever you need it to be. As long as you have a creature with power 1, which, I mean, you're going to have, right? So, yeah. Maybe this is actually crazy good. But it probably doesn't do anything the turn it comes down, right? I don't know. You can turn it into a creature to block with it. Yeah, no, maybe this is fun. Horrid Vigor. 2 mana, target creature gains death touch and indestructible until end of turn. Sure. This is a decent trick. Again, I don't like combat tricks. Generally, I avoid them. But death touch means it kills whatever blocks it. Indestructible means it won't die. Sure. House Cartographer is a 2-mana 2/2 with survival. If it's tapped, you reveal cards from the top of your library and you reveal a land card. Put it into the hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, not exactly ramp because they don't hit the battlefield, but it keeps you getting lands in your hand, which is nice. So, not the worst card. I'd certainly be happy with 1 or 2 of these in a deck. That's fine. Insidious Fungus is a 1-mana 1/2, which you can tap to sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment, or draw a card and put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. This is good, right? Especially in this set where there's a bunch of enchantments that could be like turbo horrifying. So you just play this and your opponent either has to destroy it, at which point you just sacrifice it to draw a card and play an extra land, or leave it there and can't play their good enchantments or artifacts while it just sits there and does nothing. Yeah, I like this card. Kona, Rescue Bestie. Oh, Rescue Beasties. Why, I thought it was Bestie. Broke. Yeah. Yeah, it's Rescue Beastie. 4 mana for a 4/3 with survival. At the beginning of it, if it's tapped, you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. Oh, okay. So this has to die immediately. This is great. This is a card where your opponent has to kill it, because if you have any big card in your hand, they're just fucked if they don't. So if you have a way to tap her safely, great. If you don't, throw her at your opponent, and they will have to block her with something, because if they don't kill her and you get to put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield, they are fucked most likely. Unless it's just a huge bluff and you've got nothing. But yeah, this can be crazy. Leyline of Mutation. 4 mana, you start with it in your hand. Okay. You may pay Wooburg rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. I mean, now your land's tapping for any color might make sense, because you can just Wooburg out anything you want. But you'd need Leyline of Mutation guaranteed, or else you kind of just fucked. And the other card as well. I don't like this. Nah. This is probably really good in something, but I think in limited it's just, I don't think you want to replace your 2-color deck with a 5-color deck just because this exists. Manifest Dread. 2 mana, Manifest Dread. You know, weirdly, I saw that coming. Sure. Again, I don't know how insanely good it is. I don't know how good Manifesting Dread is actually going to be, but sure, this is just 2 mana, do the thing that it says. Oh my god. Moldering... Sorry. For 3 mana, Moldering Gym. When you unlock this door, or just play it, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Okay, that's about normal price for ramp. So, okay, sure. Wait Room, 6 mana. When you unlock this door, Manifest Dread, then put 3 +1/+1 counters on that creature. 6 mana, 5/5. I think you take this for the gym, just for the ramp. And then the Wait Room maybe is extra value later on. I think you do it just for the gym. I don't think you care about the Wait Room. But, you know, it's always there. It's nice. And I like ramp, so I'm going to say this is good because I like ramp. Monstrous Emergent. 2 mana. As an additional cost to cast the spell, choose a creature you control or reveal a creature card from your hand. Monstrous Emergence deals damage equal to the power of that creature you choose or the card you reveal to target creature. Okay, this is just green removal. Yeah, this is fine. We like green removal. This is good, in fact. Because you can even choose a creature from your hand, reveal a creature card from your hand, so your opponent can't blow up the creature that you're trying to use. So you can be like, haha, here's my 9-power thing, blow up your dude. And they go, fine. Omnivorous Flytrap is a 3 mana 2/4 with Delirium. Whenever it enters or attacks, if you have Delirium, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. Then if there are 6 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, double the number of +1/+1 counter creatures. Okay. Card types. Instant, sorcery, artifact, enchantment, creature, land, planeswalker, battle? Am I right? I think that's all of them. So in limited, getting 4 is fine because instant, sorcery, creature, enchantment, artifact, land, like those 6 are reasonably. 4 of those 6 is doable. But 6 of those 6? I mean, maybe if you're built around this thing, perhaps, but then your opponent can always blow this thing up. I don't know, it's still pretty good. It's still putting +1/+1 counters on things. I still think this card's really good. Nah, I'm talking out my ass. I saw the 6 or more card type thing and started trying to evaluate how good that is. I should just evaluate the top half and say 4 or more card types is doable. Therefore, this is good because it's going to put +2/+1/+1 counters on 2 creatures every time it when it enters or attacks. So yeah, this is good. Has to be. The 6 part is just gravy on top, but the meat of the card is just good. Overgrown Zealot. 2 mana for a 0/4 that can tap to add 1 mana, or tap to add 2 mana to flip permanents face up. Okay, it's a mana dork. Sure, mana dorks are good. We like mana dorks. Yeah, they're okay. They're good. We like mana dorks. Overlord of the Hauntwood. Okay. 5 mana for a 6/5, or impending 4 for 3, so it comes out on... When Overlord of the Hauntwoods enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. Okay. Sure. This is just ramp. But every land type ramp? Is that good? Do I care about that? I don't know. Again, am I playing? Is this me? Is this Wizards telling me I should be playing 5-color limited decks because this thing will make the 5 colors possible? Like, probably not. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I mean, it's a 5 mana 6/5. Sure, whatever. It's good. It's probably good. It's just the ability's a bit weird. But hey, it'll mean you can play any card ever in existence if you really need to. Maybe, somehow, if you've got all 5 colors. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate this. It's just... I mean, it's a 6/5 that makes lands. Sure, you get to your bigger stuff. But this is kind of like... big-ish. 5 mana. I don't know. I don't know. Patchwork Beastie is a 1 mana 3/3. Can't attack or block unless there are 4 more. Okay. Unless there are 4 more card types. But at the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card. This is good. So, you play this on turn 1, and it can't do anything, but you just start milling cards until you trigger Delirium, and then everything else gets better. This is like a Delirium, like, cog in the machine, essentially. This is important. This is a good card. In Delirium. Rootwise Survivor is a 5 mana 3/4 with haste. Survival at the beginning of your second main phase. If it's tapped, put 3/+1/+1 counters on 1 target land. That land becomes a 0/0 element, so it becomes a 3/3 elemental. It gains haste until your next turn. But it's the second main phase, so what? You can tap it, I guess? Cool. I mean, it's just understated, right? 5 mana for a 3/4. Haste is great, so maybe if you have a way to tap it, like to generate mana or something like that. Maybe it's fine, but 5 mana for a 3/4 just feels kind of crappy. But I suppose if you do trigger it, it's technically 5 mana for a 6/7 because you also get a 3/3 alongside him. But you have to be able to guarantee that he survives getting tapped and triggers his survival. Maybe it's good. I don't know. I mean, if I see it, I'll probably run it, but I don't know if it's actually really good or just... Say its name. 3 mana. Mill 3 cards, then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Cool. Exile this card and 2 other cards named Say Its Name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Altanak the Thrice Called, which is the 9/9, and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Okay. So, this is for 3 mana, get your 7... For 6 mana, get your 7 mana 9/9. 6 mana and 3 separate cards to get 1 7 mana 9/9. Oh. Thank you. I just prefer to have the card and play it. I guess this is a way to reanimate it, but just play black and do it easier. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think this card's very good at all. It's a lot of work for not a lot of payoff. It's a 7 mana 9/9. Cool. You could have waited. Like, I know technically you getting to 7 mana is probably more difficult than playing this card 3 times. Is it though? I don't know. There's a lot of there's ramp and stuff like that in green in this set. So I think I'm talking to my ass. I think this having 3 of these cards, unless they're all in your opening hand, I just don't think really. Yeah, I don't like it. Nah, I don't like it. Slavering Branch Snapper is a 6 mana 7/6 with trample and forest cycling. Okay, so this is the forest cycling one. Again, it's got land cycling. You probably just take it. It's also a huge man. And it has trample. So probably second best. Probably the flyer's the best. This is second best because the flyer literally can't be blocked if you don't have a flyer. But yeah, this is probably second best because it's just a huge tramply dude. Spine Seeker Centipede is a 3 mana 2/1. When it enters, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Sure. And with Delirium, it is a 3/3 that has Vigilance. And with Delirium, this thing's good, right? It's sort of ramp. It puts the card into your hand, so it doesn't actually go to the battlefield, so not proper ramp, but you know, it's good. And it's a 3 mana 3/3. But a 3 mana 2/1. 3 mana 2/1 with that effect isn't good. But a 3 mana 3/3 with Vigilance, I'm all about it. So you kind of really need Delirium for this card. I'd probably still run 1, maybe, if I was doing specifically Delirium. And maybe I wouldn't care about it, but like, meh. Threats around every corner is a 4 mana enchantment. And when it enters, you manifest Dread. Whenever a face-down permanent you control enters, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Fucking Jesus, that's some... Really? How much was Manifest Dread? 2? You wait, play this, Manifest Dread. When it enters, Manifest Dread, which searches you a land. You're on 5. Next turn, you play Manifest Dread twice, and you go, well, 6, 7, 8 lands on, like, turn 5. You've got some big cards. You're getting there. This is good ramp. Because this isn't once per turn, and also not when a face-down permanent, when 1 or more face-down permanent enters. This is every time. Every time you manifest Dread, get a land. Even if you hit 16 times in 1 turn, you just get all your lands out. I know that's unreasonably never going to happen, but I'm exaggerating for effect. You know what I mean? Like, this... Again, it's 4 mana to manifest Dread, which I don't like. I think it's overpriced for the top bit. But the second bit, you could get real out of control real fast if you save up some manifest Dreads for this. I'd run this card. I don't know if that makes it good, but I'd run this card if I was doing manifest Dread stuff. Switching Doll. This one makes me itch, and I hate it. 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 It's already making me itchy because I can see the spiders and it's called a spider toy. I hate it. 2 mana for a 2/2 with tap, add 1 mana of any color, put a nest counter on Twitching Doll. Tap it, sacrifice Twitching Doll. Create a 2/2 green spider creature token with reach for each counter on Twitching Doll. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so there is a danger that you use this thing as a mana dork until you get to like 18 or like 8 or 9 counters on it, and then before the beginning of your turn, your opponent just blows it up, and then you get nothing. There's also a chance that you use it and you get to sacrifice it and you get 8 or 9 2/2 green creature spider creature tokens with reach. So I think this card is good. Even if you only get it once or twice, I still think it's good. Because I'm really getting itchy looking at this card. I'm gonna have to move it. Right. Yeah. I think that card is very good. Sorry, I get severe arachnophobia. Usually not when I'm looking at like giant spiders or anything like that on like Magic cards. I don't know why. But just the idea of that doll with all the spiders crawling around inside it, it's making me just... Ugh. Getting me all itchy in all the wrong places. Anyway, I think the card is good. It's a 2-mana mana dork. That's fine. And then later on, you can just explode it into a million spiders if your opponent doesn't blow it up first. So, I think the card is very good. Tyvar the Pummeler is a 3-mana 3/3 that has tap another untapped creature you control. He gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Or if he's already attacking or blocking, doesn't matter. So that's good. 5 mana. Creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Okay, so this guy's overrun staple to a dude. I mean, it doesn't give trample, so, but like, you know what I mean. This card's great. 3 mana 3/3 that can give itself indestructible by just tapping things. And also just can make your entire field yoked out of its mind. This card is really good. Really, really good. Definitely one of the best green cards we've seen. Under the Skin. 3 mana, Manifest Dread. Sure. You may return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Pretty good. Yeah. Return a permanent, get a 2/2. I'm fine with that. You Manifest Dread first, so you then get to return the permanent that you put there if you want it. Good. Yeah, I like that card. Valgavoth's Onslaught. Okay, 1 green double X. Manifest Dread X times, then put X +1/+1 counters on each of those creatures. So, for 3, it's once. For 5, it's twice. For 7, it's 3 times. For 9, it's 4 times. Okay. So, I think for 5 and up, this is fine. I think for 3 you get 1 3/3. For 5, you get 2 4/4s. That's looking a bit better. For 7, you get 3 5/5s. That's starting to look real good. And for 9, you get 4 6/6s, which is looking game winning. So, yeah. That can be really good, I think. You just have to get there. It is very expensive because any double X spell is very expensive. But this does make creatures, and you know, you also get the ability. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is the later the game goes, the better this is for you. And green already has lots of ways to generate extra lands. You can probably do this for like above 10 and just completely fill a board, and your opponent just can. Ooh, okay. Walk-in Closet, 3 mana. You may play land cards from your graveyard. This is good. I like this. 5 mana, Forgotten Cellar. When you unlock this door, you may cast spells from your graveyard this turn, and if a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile it instead. Okay, so you can cast creatures from your graveyard the turn you open it. But it costs 5. And it's only this turn. I mean, you have to have super ramped, right? You have to have like 17 mana out. And then open this for 5. You've got 11 mana left. Just play all of your big creatures back again. Or at least 1 or 2 of them. I like Walk-in Closet. Forgotten Cellar is very expensive, and you probably only get one card back with it anyway, so. But maybe it's good. Maybe it's really good. I think you only get one card out of it, because it costs 5 to open. Wary Watchdog is a 2-mana 3/1 that when it enters or dies, surveil 1. Nice little card. I'd have at least 1 or 2 of these in the deck. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Wickerfolk Thrasher is a 4-mana 5/4 with Delirium. Whenever it attacks, if there are 4 or more, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. Don't put it into your hand. Yeah, that's pretty good. 4-mana 5/4 is already good enough. I'd take it for that. The Delirium's just gravy on top, isn't it? So, yeah. Nice card. I think that's a good card. I would definitely play that. Okay. We're on to multicolored. Hopefully my throat holds up, because I've been talking for a long time now and it hurts. Right. Starting with Arabella, Abandoned Doll, is 1 white, 1 red. When Arabella, Abandoned Doll attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. So this is the power 2 or less uncommon. This is pretty good, actually. Like, say you've got like 3 or 4 cheap 2/2s and you just swing this, deal 4, gain 4. Not bad at all. Like, having enough 2-power creatures to make this lethal. But again, you've probably been really aggressive, right? You've probably been the aggressor in this whole matchup, so all you need to do is finish off the last couple of HP on your opponent. This is probably great. And it's uncommon. You can have more than one of these. Yeah, I think this card's good. I like that card. I think it's a good... like, it's a good early game drop because it starts to drain. It even drains for itself. So, yeah. Yeah, I think this is good early, it's good mid, and possibly late. It's just a way to finish your opponent off over the top. Because even with blockers, just drain them. Baseball Bat. Okay, this is green and white. When it enters, attach it to target creature. I'm already a fan of that. The creature gets +1/+1, and whenever a creature attacks, tap up to 1 target creature. Okay. I mean, probably fine. Probably good. 2 mana to give a creature +1/+1 and tap down anything that you want when you attack. Maybe you tap your own creatures with it for the survival. You tap their creatures so they can't block, so you can trigger your own survival. I don't know. I think survival is the green-white thing, so probably okay. I don't know. Beastie Beatdown. 1 green, 1 red. Choose target creature your opponent choose target creature you control, target creature an opponent controls. If there are 4 or more, so if Delirium is on, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the creature you control, and then the creature you control deals damage equal to its power to the creature an opponent controls. So this is removal, and with extra steps, it buffs your creature. This is probably pretty good. Like, again, removal's always going to be good, and this is removal at its core. So, it's probably pretty good. I don't know what red-green is trying to do, but sure, this does something. Removal, so, yeah. I still don't know what green-red's trying to do, but this is a good card. Brood Spinner is 1 green, 1 black, reach. 2/3, so 2 mana 2/3 with reach. When it enters, you surveil 2, sure, and you can for 6 sacrifice it. Create a number of 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. So probably like 6. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, it's a nice early blocker. It does something when it enters, and you can always sack it later and make up to 6 1/1s. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that's a good little card. Disturbing Mirth. Okay, and this is the red and black. When Disturbing Mirth enters, you may sacrifice another enchantment or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. When you sacrifice that, manifest dread. Okay, yeah. So red and black is doing sacrificey things, and this just likes sacrificey things. Sure. I think this is a good card. Play this, sacrifice something crappy, draw 2 cards, then use this as the crappy sacrifice for the next one, so you get to manifest dread as well as whatever the effect is. Yeah, I think this card's good. Drag to the Roots. 4 mana. This card costs 2 less if you have Delirium. Destroy target non-land permanent. It's removal. We like it. We like removal. Fear of Infinity. Okay. It's a 3 mana 2/2 with flying and lifelink. It can't block, and whenever enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, you may return Fear of Infinity from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so this thing just keeps coming back. Okay. That's pretty good. I think. I mean, you have to replay it, which is a bit crap. But, I mean, it's a flying lifelinker. Even if it can't block, it's going to keep healing you for 2 every turn, at least. And then if they kill it, just play an enchantment, it comes back. I think this is okay. I guess blue-black is doing eerie stuff. Okay. Gremlin Tamer. 1 white, 1 blue. Whenever an enchantment you control or enters or a room unlock, create a 1/1 red gremlin creature token. I guess white-blue is doing creature tokens. Okay, this is pretty good. Whenever you do something that you want to do already, you get an extra thing. Sure, I'm fine with that. This is a good card. Throwing Dread. 2 mana. Flash. Whenever it enters, manifest Dread. Whenever a permanent is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter. Yep. And green-blue, manifesting Dread is a good idea. We like this. There was a lot of green manifesting Dread cards, so this is probably really good. You do it at the end of your opponent's turn to make a 2/2, and then, you know, whenever you want, you turn your things face up and you get a +1/+1. Inquisitive Glimmer. Okay. It's a 2 mana 2/3 that makes enchantments cost 1 less and unlock costs 1 less. Okay. Yeah. This is probably really good if you're doing enchantments and rooms and stuff like this. This is really good, I guess, for white-blue. If that's what they're doing. Which appears to be what they're doing. We haven't seen any of the rare or mythic rare 2-color cards at the moment, so maybe there aren't any, but there should be, and then we'll understand what each. Red and blue. So 2 mana, 2/2 with vigilance. Sacrifice a room. Food or storage deals 2 damage to each opponent and draw a card. There are some cheap red and blue rooms, so this might be usable, especially if they're not like permanent buff spells or you just don't care about the other side. I mean, you can ping your opponent over the top. This isn't bad. Not good, but not bad. The Jolly Balloon Man. 3 mana for a 1/4 with haste. Tap 1, tap this. Create a token that's a copy of another type creature you control, except it's a 1/1 red balloon creature in addition to its other colors and types, and it has flying and haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end. Okay. That's good. For anything that wants to... that has enter effects or wants to die. Sure. This guy's probably... I don't know. What was there in red and white that wanted to do this sort of crap? Oh. I mean, you get to use his ability straight away as long as you have a spare mana. And creating a token that's a copy of a creature you control is probably pretty good. And then you're just going to swing at them with it anyway. And it's got flying, so it probably does 1 damage. And then you get the death effect or the enter the battlefield effect. Like, this is probably pretty good. Oh, they like the 2 mana, the power 2 or less. So yes, bringing something in as a 1/1 red balloon would trigger all of the power 2 or less stuff. Ah, yeah, this is really good. Yeah, this is really good. Has to be, right? It has to be really good. Yeah. Ooh, a Planeswalker. Kato, Bane of Nightmares. Costs 2, or you can ninjutsu him for 3. During your turn, as long as Kaito has 1 or more loyalty counters on him, he's a 3/4 ninja. And okay, so that's how you can ninjutsu him, because he's actually a dude. +1, you get an emblem with ninjas you control, get +1/+1. How many ninjas are there in this set? I haven't seen any. I wasn't really looking for ninjas, to be fair, but sure. 0, surveil 2, then draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn. Okay, and -2, tap target creature, put 2 stun counters. This is good, right? The +1 makes him stronger at least. The 0 is card draw, or surveil, I suppose. And the -2 protects himself. This is really good. I think if you get this in your draft, you're just playing this. But, I don't know. Can this win a game by itself? I think it can. I think this can easily win a game by itself. Well, oh yeah, probably. Yeah, yeah. This is a really good card, I think. It's difficult to know. Especially in Limited, because Planeswalkers are usually even better in Limited because you haven't got any way of dealing with them. So yeah, this is probably really fucking good. Why you all 5 colors? Marina Vendrell. All 5 colors, so you're probably not running this. When Marina Vendrell enters, reveal the top 7 cards of your library. Put all enchantment cards from among them into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Tap, unlock a door to target room. Activate only as a sorcery. So she's like 5 color rooms. I mean, there's ways to make that work, I guess, but I don't really know if you want to build for it. Probably not. Almost definitely not. This is weird. I don't think this card's good at all. Midnight Mayhem. Create 3 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Gremlins you control gain menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. And of course triggers all of the, if you have, whenever a creature with power 2 or less enters, all of these effects happen. 3 times. Yep. Good card. I think red-white is looking pretty scary, actually, to be fair. Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. Oh, this is the rat guy who's on the, who's in the trailer. 2 mana for a 2/2 with Menace. Okay. When Nashi, Searcher in the Dark, deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards. 2. Okay. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. If you put no cards into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nashi. Okay. Sorry, chat. Yeah, Nashi's pretty good. It comes down on turn 2. Turn 3, your opponent needs 2 creatures to block him. If they don't, he hits them. You put any room cards, because you're probably playing blue-black rooms, into your hand. Or legendaries, I suppose, if you've got those. If you don't, he's a 3/3. And you can keep doing it again and again and again. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Again, I guess if that, I'm assuming black blue is doing room stuff. Nico, Light of Hope. Okay. 4 mana for a 3/4. When he enters, create 2 shard tokens. They're enchantment. So this triggers all of your enchantment effects. With tap 2, sacrifice it, scry 1, then draw a card. Tap 2, tap him. Exile target non-legendary creature you control. Cards you control become copies of it until the beginning of your next end step. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next. Okay. Sure. Okay. I think a lot of the enchantment creatures had when this attacks, something happens. So you exile when this attacks or enters. So you exile one of those. Both shards become copies of it. They both swing. You trigger the ability twice. Then at the end of your turn, you bring it back and trigger it a third time. So that's probably really good. I'd have to actually see it in action. But this is probably game winning by itself. I just don't know what card you want to use it. What creature you want to use it with. But this is probably like the best, the card for white blue enchantments, right? Because there's enchantment creatures. So yeah. Oblivious Bookworm, 2 mana for a 2/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. Okay. If you do, discard a card and as a permanent enter the battlefield face down under your control this turn, and you turn the permanent face up this. This is good because this is just extra draw, and discarding a card is fine. Draw a card, discard a card is totally fine. And if that's the worst this card is doing at the beginning of your end step, so the end of your turn, that's still totally fine. Yeah. That's still totally fine. And if you're manifesting Dread regularly with this thing, you just get free cards. You get to draw cards. That's really good. I like this card. It's cheap and it's good. Here, Past the Veil. 4 mana. It's red and green. Discard your hand. Then draw X cards, where X is the greatest number of card types among cards in your grave. Where X is the number of card types among cards in your grave. Okay. So probably like 6. Up to 6. This card's okay. I wouldn't say it's great, but I think this card's okay. You could essentially use it to discard your hand and draw up to 6 cards. Which, if you've only got like 1 or 2 cards left in hand because you've been aggressive and you've kind of vomited your hands, it's pretty good. Or if you draw this off the top, pretty good. Green likes drawing. So yeah, I'd say this is decent. Again, I undervalue draw a lot, so but I'd probably run one of these if I saw it. Oh god, there's rooms that are different colors. Restricted office. When you unlock this door, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. Board wipe. So everything that's not your 2/2s. That's pretty good. And lecture hall. Other permanents you control have hexproof. I mean, you take this for restricted office, like you just do, and you're probably playing red white 2 mana creatures, and you still take this for restricted office. You don't care about the blue side at all. Maybe you come up with a way to play it, but you just don't give a shit about it. It's all about the destroy everything that's not your 2/2s. Or not your 2 power or less guys. Yeah. You take this for restricted office, and lecture hall is just a bonus if you happen to have the way to play it. But yeah, restricted office is good because and board sweepers are always good in it. Rip Spawn Hunter. Okay. 4 mana 4/4. At the beginning of your second main phase, if he's tapped, reveal the top X card of your library where X is his power, so 4. Any number of creature and or vehicle cards with different powers from among them into your hand, but the rest of them bottom of your library in a random order. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good card. It just keeps creatures and vehicles and whatever else you need flowing into your hand while you either attack your opponent or use this to generate extra mana or whatever you're doing to tap him. So yeah, I think this is good. Rite of the Moth. 4 mana, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality count. Oh, that's in black. So for 4 mana, you can return the 9/9. Sweet! That's what I like to hear. I suppose then you'd only have to destroy it once because it's got a finality counter, but you'd still have to sacrifice 3 permanents to do it. So it's on turn 4, probably non-land permanents as well. So on turn 4, it's probably sack your entire board, destroy the 9/9. It does permanently destroy the 9/9. But, yeah, you have to sack your whole board to do it. That's not great news. And it has flashback, because of course it does. I think this card is good. It's difficult to know how good, again, because it depends very much on what you're bringing back from your graveyard. But if you've got some real juicy big things to bring back from your graveyard, this card is just... It's super easy to cheat out big things. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Roaring Furnace, 2 mana. When you unlock this door, this room deals damage equal to the number of cards in your hand to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, removal. We take it for that. 5 mana. Steaming Sauna. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Okay, we like both of these. I think we take it for Roaring Furnace. But I think you don't mind having it for Steaming Sauna if you're blue either. Maybe you're in blue-red and you can enjoy both halves of this, but I think red players take it for Roaring Furnace and blue players take it for Steaming Sauna. So, it's difficult. Because, like, drawing an extra card at the beginning of your end step every turn is good in any deck that's running blue, and dealing damage to things is just good in any deck. So... Yeah, I think this one gets snapped up by anyone playing red or anyone playing blue, and you don't pay attention to the other half of the card. You just look at the card that's the color you want. Thorblade Skin Ripper. A 3 mana, 3/2 with Menace. You can sacrifice another quick creature or a enchantment, and it gets a +1/+1 counter. And at the beginning of your end step, if you sacrifice 1 or more permanents, Thorblade Ripper Skin Ripper deals that much damage to any target. Oh, this is really good. As long as you have, like, stuff to sacrifice to it, this thing is really good. Because you just start swinging damage around and killing anything that you don't want on the board or just into your opponent's face. That's really good. Rude Storyteller is a 3 mana 3/3 with survival. At the beginning, if it's tapped, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. I mean, sure, it's good. It's not, you know, incredible. It's a 3 mana 3/3, so it's fine on stats. Its ability, if you can trigger it regularly, is decent. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good, especially in limited because it just things can grow out of control if you don't have the removal. But it's just a bit slow. Shroud Stomper is a 7 mana 5/5 with Death Touch. Whenever it enters or attacks, each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life and draw a card. Probably good, right? Especially if you reanimate this thing. Again, this is in white-black, so this is probably reanimator colors, judging from the last white-black we saw. So if you reanimate this for 4... you gain 2 life, draw a card, your opponent loses 2 life. It's absolutely huge, and it has Death Touch. And you start attacking with it, they have to kill it, or else you're just going to keep healing, they're going to keep losing life, and you're going to keep drawing cards. Yeah, this is probably really good. I wasn't sure when it costed 7, but thinking about it, if you can reanimate this, then yeah. Skull Snap Nuisance is a 1/4 for 2 with flying. And whenever an enchantment or a room enters or is unlocked or whatever, surveil 1. Sure, good little card. Like it. Simple. It's a 1/4 flyer that does stuff when you do stuff you want to be doing. Sweet. Okay, Smoky Lounge. At the beginning of your first main phase, add double red. Spend this mana only to cast room spells and unlock doors. Okay. Misty Saloon. When you unlock this door, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, where X is the number of unlocked doors among rooms you control. Sure. This is another one of those, like, oh yeah, you're doing 5-color rooms, right? And I'm just like, no. Smoky Lounge seems average at best. Misty Saloon is probably the better side, but you'd still have to be very heavily in rooms. Maybe blue-black rooms likes Misty Saloon, and for Smoky Lounge, I don't know, fucking nothing. Sack Outlet maybe. Or ways to play cheap enchantment, the cheap rooms fast so you can sack them all. I don't know. This one's a very meh. The Swarm Weaver. I like this. 4 mana for a 2/3. Right? When the Swarm Weaver enters, create 2 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying. Okay, so it's actually a 4/5 for 4. Cool. As long as there are 4 more card types in your graveyard, insects and spiders you control get +1/+1 and have death touch. Yep, like it. Okay, yep. If you have a way to bounce this card as well, this gets silly. I don't think there's any way in blue or black that you're in green or black that you're bouncing this, but yeah, this card's good. Because you can reanimate it 100 times, maybe. I like this card. You get to make dudes, and if you have Delirium, which you should have in black and green because it's black and green's whole thing, your insects and spiders are even better. Love it. Undead Sprinter. 2 mana for a 2/2 with trample and haste. Wow. You may cast Undead Sprinter from your graveyard if a non-zombie creature died this turn. If you do, Undead Sprinter enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay. So, play this. Swing. If your opponent blocks it, it dies. Cool. Sacrifice something. Bring it back. That's it. Like, the following turn, if you go, yeah, play this thing, sacrifice something, play the Undead Sprinter, it's a 3/3, trample and haste, swing. Your opponent kills it, cool, it comes back the turn after. It's sacrifice. Well, actually, to be fair, it itself can be sacrifice fodder the first time, but then afterwards you have to sacrifice something that's not this to bring this back so it can be more sacrifice fodder. It's interesting. Here's sacrifice fodder, but also a good attacker. I don't know. I think this is okay. Victor Valgavov's oh, fuck me. It's a 3 mana 3/3 with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment enters or a room does stuff, it's available 2. If this is the first time this is resolved, if it's the second time, each opponent starts a card. If it's a third time, put a creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. From a graveyard, not yours. Okay. My only problem here is triggering Eerie 3 times in 1 turn is probably a lot of fucking work. But I think getting rewards from doing stuff you want to be doing anyway is probably good, or is just good enough. So this guy's just good enough. Because even if you only do the first or second ability, it's good. If you get the third ability, it's crazy. But just the first or second ability is totally fine. So yeah, this is really good card. Obviously, all the gold cards are going to be probably really fucking good. The only ones I've seen that I didn't like were some of the rooms so far. So, Wildfire Wickerfolk, 2 mana 3/2 with haste, and it gets +1/+1 and has trample as long as you have 4 or more card types. Yep. Strangely, a 2 mana 4/3 with trample and haste is fucking good. Even a 2 mana 3/2 with haste is pretty fucking good. You just go smack your opponent in the mouth with it. Yeah, I like this card. Winter Misanthropic Guide. Okay, you are black, red, green. What's that? Oh, Grixis. I think Grixis is black, red, blue. I don't know what black, red, green is. So 4 mana for a 3/4 with Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, Each player draws 2 cards. Okay, and then as long as you have Delirium, each opponent's maximum hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of those card types. Oh, this is mean. This is mean. Because if you have 6 card types in your graveyard, because you're doing the, because you're actually trying to get Delirium online, this guy is, your opponent's maximum hand size is 1. And you get to draw 2 cards. You get to draw 2 extra cards on your upkeep. This is cruel. If I get this card, I'm playing it just because I want to set my opponent's hand size to like 1. Just watch them be miserable about it. But yeah, this is rude. I don't know if he's actually good, but he's rude and I like it. Simone, all questioning. Right. Is a 3-mana 1/1. That's some ass stats. At the beginning of your end step, if a land entered the battlefield under your control this turn and you control a prime number of lands, Wizards, I appreciate that you explain it. I do. But bro, why is there even the text prime number of lands in your fucking card? Okay. Create Primo, the Indivisible, a legendary 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, then put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Okay. Yeah, I look, I get what you're going for, but bro, come on. Why are you putting prime numbers in as a fucking God? Okay. Like I said, at least they put it down. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, and 31. You're not going to have more than 31 lands in a Magic deck. They know that. Apart from in Commander. And if you want to punish yourself like that, you can always look up the rest and add into the text at the end. I don't know all the prime numbers. I'm not a G or even particularly good at math. I can do some basic math and that's about it. So, I appreciate that they've at least put what the first couple are. But like, bro, come on. Why? Like, so many people are going to read that and just be like, why is prime number on here? Like, what are you doing? Okay, is she good? She's a 3-mana 1/1. That if you play her on turn 3, you create a 3/3. That's good. And then on turn 5, if she's still alive, and you've played a land every turn, make a 5/5. Good. And if she's still alive on turn 7, and you've played a land every turn, get a 7/7. This is the epitome of that day 9 meme. The I would play larger and larger man. There's that, right? It's literally just every few turns I get a larger and larger man. This card is silly. Sure. I don't know why it had to be prime numbers. I don't know why it couldn't be odd or even or whatever, or just like it's just a normal effect. I don't know why it had to be prime numbers. But fine, whatever. I'll let it slide. Fucking Jesus. Okay. Ooh. We're on to artifacts. We're getting there. Attack in the box. A 3-mana 2/4. Whenever attack in the box attacks, you may have it get +4/+0 until end of turn. If you do, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so it's a 6/4 for 3, and you could always sacrifice it for your own red-black things. Not bad. Like, I think in red-black this is good. I think in everything else it's just kind of like a bomb that you throw at your opponent and see if they take 6 to the face. Because you can just block this with a 1/1 and then it just dies. So, Bear Trap. 1 mana flash artifact that you can tap 3 and sacrifice it to deal 3 damage to target creature. If you don't have better removal, I suppose, this is mediocre at best. Conductive Machete. 4 mana. When Conductive Machete enters, manifest Dread, then attach the Conductive Machete to it. I like that. It means it comes in as a creature. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. So it's a 4/3 for 4. Yeah, okay. I like this card. I think this is okay. It comes in as a 4/3 for 4, and then it's just a +2/+1. You can just stick on things and just start swinging. Yeah, I think this is okay. Dissection Tools. 5 mana. When Dissection Tools enters, manifest Dread, then attach Dissection Tools to that creature. Okay. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has Death Touch and Lifelink. Ooh, this is good. Equip, sacrifice a creature. I think in red and black that's really good as well. I mean, maybe just in general this is really good. I think 5 mana is a lot, but for 5 mana you're getting a 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink. And then as long as you have tokens or creatures you can just get rid of, you can just stick this on things and get Death Touch and Lifelink. Death Touch and Lifelink together is such a good combo because your opponent doesn't want to block it because it'll kill anything that it's blocked. Doesn't want to attack into it because it'll kill anything that it blocks. So anything it's blocked by or anything it blocks dies. But if they don't block it, you're gaining health off of however much damage it's dealing. And if they attack, and if they don't, like, this is the thing. They have to attack into you because the lifelink means that you're just going to start healing. But they can't block. Death Touch and Lifelink is really good. Because they're not going to want to block the creature. But they're going to have to block the creature or else you're going to be you're going to be healing for a bunch of damage. And then when they block the creature, you heal for a bunch of damage anyway and kill it. Like, Death Touch and Lifelink is a fantastic combination. And +2/+2, this is really good. This has to be just really good. If you get this, I think this might be better than actually just running an actual card. Like, this is the first artifact I've seen in a while that I'm just like, yeah, I'd take this over most things. Found Footage. 1 mana for a clue. You can sack it and do stuff. You may look at face-down creatures your opponents control at any time. That might be really good. And tap 2, sacrifice it, surveil 2, then draw a card. Yep. This is very good. Maybe not. Well, it depends how much. There's a lot of Manifest Dread. Looking at face-down creatures at any time, especially for 1 mana, you can just pay this 1 and just leave it on the battlefield. Yeah, this has got to be. I think this might actually be, like, playable in most decks. Weirdly. Friendly Teddy. 2 mana for a 2/2. When it dies, each player draws a card. Okay, sure. You don't have card draw. It's a nice way to get some, I suppose. Even if your opponent gets a card, he gets to draw cards, which isn't great. Ghostly Vacuum. 1 mana for tap, exile target card from a graveyard. Nice. 6 mana and tap, sacrifice it, put each creature card exiled with Ghostly Vacuum onto the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit in addition to its other types. This is another one that I think is actually really good. I'd play this for 1. Just vacuum up all of your opponent's creatures. If they don't destroy this, 6 mana, everything's mine. Let's go. Yeah, I think this is really good. Yeah, because people are going to be putting a lot of cards in their graveyard. There's a lot of stuff that likes graveyards, like Delirium, and there's some reanimation stuff in white-black. Like, this card is close into those. I think this is a very good little card. Like, it's weird because usually I hate artifacts and stuff like that and enchantments and things, and I'm just like, just play creatures and removal. That's all you need. But these might actually just be, like, good enough. Glimmerlight. 2 mana when it enters for an equipment, and when it enters, create a 1/1 Glimmer enchantment creature token. It doesn't attach to it. This is kind of naff. 2 mana for a 1/1. And then you can equip this later and give things +1/+1. I'd prefer if it came in attached to the 1/1. But yeah, this is not as good as some of the last ones. Haunted Screen, 3 mana. Add white and black. Okay. Pay 1 life to add any of the others. Cool. Tap 7. Put 7 +1/+1 counters on Haunted Screen. It becomes a creature in addition to its other types. So it becomes a 7/7 for 7 mana. This is weirdly like the room 5-color rooms crap again, right? I can't tell you how good this is. Maybe it's great. Maybe it's just not. I don't know. It's 7 mana for a 7/7, especially when your opponent can see it coming, seems kind of a lot. I suppose technically you could do it with 6 mana because it can pay itself, but like, I don't know. It's good fixing, maybe. Maybe it's good because it's good fixing. Keys to the House. 1 mana for an artifact that has 1 mana tap. Sacrifice Keys to the House. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Sure. For 3 mana, sacrifice Keys to the House. Lock or unlock a door of target room you control. Okay. Sure, I guess. You get to reactivate a room once for 3. And then you have to pay for the room again. I don't know. Maybe that's good. I mean, tap 1, sacrifice it, search for a land is probably pretty good. But, like, I don't know how good closing and reopening rooms is going to be for this. So I can't pass judgment. Well, I can. I don't think it's very good, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Malevolent Chandelier. 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer. And put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. These have been around for a couple of times. I mean, this is at least a big flyer, but like, there's probably just better creatures to have for 6, right? Marvin, Murderous Mimic. A 2 mana 2/2, and it has all activated abilities of creatures you control that don't have the same name as this creature. Wow, okay, so this gets all activated abilities. So all the abilities that you have to like pay mana or tap the creature for, this has them. I mean, again, I think if you get this card and you can build a deck around it, it's probably really good, but I'm not sure. I can't be sure because I don't have I don't remember all of the cards that I've just looked through. So maybe it's really good. I don't know. Soar, 2 mana for an equipment. Equipped creature is +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a permanent other than the creature or soar. If you do, draw a card. Maybe it's good in the red-black deck. Again, this doesn't come attached to anything. This doesn't attach to anything when it comes in, so it's a bit slow. Abandoned Campground. Abandoned Campground enters tapped unless the player has 13 or less life. Oh, interesting. Are these the new tap lands? The new common 2-color lands? That's cool. I like that. And these are the new 2-color rare lands. So you can either add black, add red, activate if you can only control a swamp or a mountain. Sure. 13 or less life, 13 or less life. White, and then blue if you control either. Yeah. Blue and black if you control either. Green and white. Yeah. 13 or less life, 13 or less life, 13. Terramorphic Expanse is back. Yeah. Vigoroth's Lair. Hexproof. When it enters tap, choose a color. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. It's a hexproof land. Oh. And then here are the full arts. I mean, they're kind of cool, but you know, not particularly super exciting. And I think that's it. Yeah. All right, that's it. That's our full set review. I mean, I think there's some very interesting cards. The mechanics are going to be a bit more. It looks a little bit less like. I mean, obviously, each individual 2-color pair does something, but it looks a bit less like they all do one individual thing, and then they've made half of this color for this, half of the color for that, half of this color for this, half of the color for that. They've tried to sort of amalgamate everything a little bit. So, like, I mean, I don't know. Because green seems to do a lot of graveyard stuff. So green-red likes to do delirium. But then green-black also likes delirium. So maybe green's just a support color that just does it. But then green also does survival. I don't know. I think I like delirium. Delirium's been around before, and delirium was interesting when it came out, and it's probably interesting now. The survival mechanic is, I don't know, slow, but maybe it's really good. And the Manifest Dread, I think, can be really cool. I'll have to see how it works. There's obviously some very cool, very big cards, which I like. I think it feels like they're, I don't know. There's maybe like less removal. So, and some bigger creatures. So maybe it's going to be like just a whole bunch of like whoever gets their big stuff first kind of wins. But we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, my throat's getting a bit sore, and I've been streaming now for just over almost 5.5 hours. We've done the whole set. I will be going to the pre-release this Friday, so I will let you know how that goes probably next week. Saturday, I probably won't be streaming because I'll get back at like 4 o'clock in the morning and I'll be completely exhausted. But tomorrow we've got Pokemon. Thursday we've got Fallout. Friday we'll probably play some League before I go to the draft. So yeah, until then, till tomorrow when we're doing Pokemon, I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. I hope everyone liked the review. Again, if you thought I made any glaring errors, please shout at me in the comments. So until the next time I see everyone, hope you all have a good day.